I think we're live. Think we're good. Hopefully. Well, welcome back to Transport Fever 2, trains only mode. Back after about a week off. Take some time to just relax, detoxify myself from the beavers for a little bit, and hopefully come back strong in the new week. But I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining me here. Hello, Mark. Hello, Fixed Grin. Hello, Sticky Biggie. Good to see you. Hope you had an enjoyable break. You're pretty burnt out by the end of last week. Yes, I had a fantastic time. Just relaxing, doing a whole bunch of other stuff, and not having to worry about, you know, playing 7 hours of the Project 1K playthrough in a single night. That was too much. Way too much. But I am so happy to be back here today. Hopefully having some fun with not beavers and a whole bunch of trains. So let's jump right into it. And I want to take a look at these roads here. I know trains only, why do you need roads? Well, we built these last stream when we did our connector loops over here in Birmingham, and I remembered something about this game is that if you build roads, they should default to you owning them, which means the game cannot develop on it. So what we'll need to do is change it so that we can have oh, actually, I don't own these, but I placed them. Okay, well, never mind. Alright, well, now I look like an idiot, but that's not anything new. We do have a decent number of people riding our connecting loop here. 4 waiting at this station, single one waiting here, single one waiting here. But they are regularly getting around town. And we also have our long-distance, high-speed passenger trains making their way through here at some point in time. I don't see any on screen right now, but we will take a look and see what we need to do with that. Limits 2 hours. Don't know how you did 7. Well, see, there's a thing called motivation, and also this is what pays my bills. So, it's complicated a little bit, but I do genuinely enjoy playing Timberborn. But when it's a whole lot of stuff back to back to back like that, it does get to be a bit much. Getting expensive. Purchase the game this weekend now with Satisfactory, and hey, Satisfactory is absolutely worth buying. Absolutely, if you can afford it. Almost spending as much on games as intoxicants this week. Well, hey, whatever your method of choice is, I hope you enjoy whatever it is you're going to end up playing this week. I have a fantastic time playing this game. Fantastic time playing Satisfactory. Fantastic time playing Timberborn. Basically, anything we've ever done on here, I've really enjoyed. Whether or not you guys like it, though, that's a different question entirely. So, let's move on from Birmingham here for a bit and go check on New York City. See, I'm not really happy with this. Our cargo lines and everything kind of crisscrossing everywhere. But I don't really know what else to do about it. We do have our machines factory finally sending machines into New York City. And we are technically overproducing for whatever our trains can carry. You're going to see... Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it was going to completely fill up, but I guess it was close enough. Point is, this is doing well, and we can think about if we can get a little bit more supply going in, moving these machines into a second city as well. But we do have to take a look and see who wants what. We know New York obviously wants those. But machines-wise, we have Milwaukee, and we have Concord over here, which is already where the high-speed train is going for passenger service. Chattanooga wants them. And let's see, over here. Nobody? Okay. Ah, Pembroke Pines wants them. Okay. Well, the good news is, New York City is already connected by rail to, I say as I go to the wrong side of the map, to Concord. And if we wanted, we could take this second track here that just kind of dead ends, and we could extend this parallel to the high speed as just a regular speed freight line going all the way up to Concord. And I think that would probably be a pretty smart idea. But down here when we get to Concord, we are going to have to see where the actual demand is. So you go to cargo station, yeah, and it's on the other side of town. But that's okay because we have the option of putting a separate cargo station closer to where all of the actual industry is, which is probably going to be the better way to play anyhow. So if I were to put this here, it wouldn't really hit everybody, but if I were to go right in the middle of town, yes, demolish a whole bunch of stuff that requires our machines, then it would service most of everything. If we take out some houses here, it would probably get most of them, but I think the best thing to do, since, you know, this is the corner of the map, just pop into Terminus Station, and we can take out a minimum number. I wish I had a zoom level between here and here. But you take out this one building here. Obviously, you know, the train can't get into there if I put it exactly here because of where the passenger platforms are. But that gives you an idea as to what we can actually accomplish here. Right here might be our best bet, just by how many bread and machine demand things this covers, and that would allow us to do a slow speed curve all the way around. But before we do that, I do need to make sure we're producing enough to actually send somewhere else, like I said. So we have stuff stored, ready to go. It is being slowly turned into the end product, and this will level up and it'll continue making more, but that will, of course, just take time. In terms of passenger throughput, looking pretty good, reasonably busy here. This is our high-speed train that is currently, well, high-speed, quote-unquote. It's a, whatever the Zephyr variant in this game is named. All the way full coming into New York, and then about half full going to Concord. I guess, for now, we probably don't need to worry about updating these, but, of course, as time goes on in the game, we'll get some higher capacity options. And then later on, much later on, I want to say in the 60s, we'll get the Metroliner, which is a good, I guess you could call it mid-game, higher-speed passenger thing. That was the Bud Company's answer to the Shinkansen when Japan made the Series 0. Of course, it wasn't quite as fast, but still very good. We got all these electric trains here. Actually, no, this one was replaced with steam. I forgot. It's been a week. But this isn't completely full on steel, which means we have an opportunity to improve how this steel mill is operating. And it looks like, wow, there's a lot more iron ore than our coal. I always get these swapped. I blame RuneScape. Because the iron was closer to this gray. It was a little bit more brown, but this color in RuneScape was copper, not iron. Anyway, so this guy right here just dropped off coal. This guy right here dropping off iron ore, but there's almost 1,400 coal. So we got to do something about this guy. And we've got enough, so much that it is actually unable to hold everything that's here. And most importantly, this train is unable to actually give us everything in one fell swoop. And I think this is already the maximum length for this platform. Oh, no, not quite. All right, well, we can go ahead and upgrade this guy. Let's do 2 more gondolas for a cool $1 million. And this track is probably not long enough to justify having 2 trains going at once. So we are just going to have to rely on a larger capacity. But the good news is this platform can be extended if I just say, you know what, we don't need roads, and that will be that. So I don't think this is required to have connectivity to any roads as long as it's served by something. So farewell, and we will just come in here and extend our platform. Now the train track's in the way, but that's okay because I can just keep extending this way, even if the you know, the platform is going to intersect with whatever rail lines we have, or I can, you know, just delete this and move it. But 1 additional platform length will help us considerably. I think I can get another 2 gondolas, but we're going to have to see what this looks like when it comes back. Nice to see you back. Been looking forward to this game. Went out and bought it to see if I could learn anything about logistics. Yeah, I am really having a good time with this, and taking some time off was much needed. I feel a whole lot better. So I appreciate you checking in, and I appreciate you picking up the game. I'm not a paid ambassador for this or anything, but I do like to think it's fun. And every time I've played it, I've had a good time, even if I haven't grasped the mechanics quite as well as I should have. Let's see how much overhang we have here with these 2 additional gondolas. I think we're going to be fine with just 1 additional platform length. Yeah, if I do 1 additional platform length, I should be able to have another gondola past that. So this will be nice and easy. Just pop that in there, make sure it's electrified. Look at this earth-moving nonsense right here. This is absolutely foul, but that's fine. Missed your videos? Well, they should be starting back again tomorrow with Roller Coaster Tycoon, and then, of course, Timberborn on Monday, Tuesday. Not entirely sure about Wednesday, Thursday this upcoming week. We're going to see. I do still have some stuff I need to take care of, but some time off was much needed, and I'm ready to get back with the Beavers. Appreciate you popping in on stream. Water is good. All right, let's check our length here. Yep, I've got enough room for one more, but now this can hold 156 at a time, and that should really, really help what we have going on. I'll just add a single gondola here. And there we go. Now we're starting to look like a proper American freight train that's 3.5 miles long and blocks 3 towns worth of grade crossings. Love to see it. Yeah, see, we're still being massively, massively outpaced by the coal, which is hilarious because it uses the same amount, 2 and 2 to make 1 unit, but that's fine. So this should fit just about perfectly. Look at that. Beautiful. So that'll come back with more than 156. It'll be like 170 something, 180 something. I'm just curious how it got so out of balance. I guess maybe this is just... Oh, okay, that is a good bit closer. Well, that's fine. Yeah, Ember Pelts is going to be fun. Tentatively, right now, I'm going to look at starting that once we have the Project 1K playthrough finished, and that probably won't end now because I took a week off. It probably won't end until early September. So I'm not entirely sure about the Ember Pelts yet. I would like to not do something overly taxing, but, you know, this day and age, you do have to continue making stuff that is, quote-unquote, an improvement on the previous formula. So, we'll see. Always open to ideas, but I do have to be mindful of what is reasonably possible for me to achieve. Hello, hello. I'm also looking into the other new factions. Leaf Coats, I believe, is in development. And, of course, there's some others that people have talked about. But I'm really excited for the Beavers, because it does not matter how much time I spend playing this game. There's always something I don't know. Always something I don't understand as well as I should. And there's always people coming up with cool new stuff. I don't know how long that's going to go on, but as long as we have access to all that, I am definitely going to be happy to be part of it. Yeah, so now Steel Mill is slowly accelerating toward max level. Oh, Patterson wants food now, huh? Huh? All those times I built you a supply line for food and you said, I don't want it. Yeah, what now, tough guy? Oh, this one's already set up for food. Okay. Well, that's fine. We'll get these guys in here. Next train, I guess, should have some food on it. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any news on Ostrov. I mean, he is, you know, developing a game in an active war zone, so obviously his safety comes first. But I'm hopeful sometime this year. The last... I won't do a major update, but the last, I guess, big patch that he put out, he did say that he's going to try to make Alpha 6 as comprehensive as possible, and that is going to take a little bit more time. But I am very excited because he's already said there's a whole bunch of buildings coming in, there's a couple new supply chains, a whole bunch of improvements since the last time I uploaded a video on the game in terms of like economic demand and various just bug fixes and quality of life improvements. Really, really, really excited to get back into that, whenever that might be. But I wish I could get like a couple days heads up, because as soon as that drops, I am absolutely going all in on it. Might just post only videos of that for a week, but it's nice to know in advance so you can plan. Alright, so let's see, now that we have more steel. See, the steel still can't keep up. Even though this is full at 96, do we have any being left behind? Oh, we absolutely do. Okay, it's time to expand this train. Oh yeah, we definitely have room. So that is flat cars. Let's just make sure, yeah, this is the only ones. We're not going to get any new flat cars, I don't think, until maybe another 5-10 years. But for now, putting 2 more flat cars on here should help us out considerably. And we'll start bringing in, I don't know, 120-ish. Yeah, don't care. It's astounding me just how much coal we still have. Well, we'll see what happens here. Can we get exactly 120 on here? All the way up? Yep. And there's still a little bit left over. Waiting on some more iron to come in. Passenger line's doing good. We checked in on that a little bit before you said hi in stream, but currently, going to Birmingham, we have 34 passengers waiting. We've got one going all the way up to Concord, but we come all the way up here. Currently, there's nobody waiting, but this usually doesn't have a whole lot of borders yet. We're working on it. You go all the way down to Birmingham, I say as I completely go the wrong way. We got 47 people wanting to go to New York City. We've got a decent number of people wanting to take our clockwise shuttle, counterclockwise shuttle a little bit less, but it is being utilized, and it's fun to see. And of course, as we continue supplying all of these different goods to the city, then it will expand and hopefully start growing toward our stations here. I did have a thought at the start of the stream that maybe it wasn't developing because I had placed all these lands, or all these roads everywhere, and because I own them, they can't develop on it, but these are all, they're all owned by the game, quote-unquote, the city. So, hooray. No, you're fine. You don't ever need to apologize for being late. We're here, and you can always rewind and catch up at a higher speed if you choose. Yeah, I'm just curious why so many people are taking the clockwise shuttle and not the counterclockwise one. Oh, and I say that and then I click on this and there's only one person wanting to take that. Nobody here, nobody there. So the important thing is that the vehicle that's on the route can handle the load, so we don't need to upgrade or bring anybody else in. Add another train or whatever, I think it's fine. Yeah, we're looking good. So let's, yeah, see 33 people coming in here on this one. And how many are going to load up, go to New York? It is full. Oh, there's still people waiting to go to New York, but I'm pretty sure we got, what, 3 or 4 trains on this line? And there should be some others coming in. Let's take a look. That is, what did I name that? Concord. Come on. Why can't I find anything? Here we go. Okay. Oh, bad condition. All right, I see how it is. That one's full. Not full. Not even close. But it's on its way to Birmingham from, I would assume, based on the passenger count, Concord? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now, checking on the cross-map train. Good to have you here. Oh, there's only one person coming in from whatever's previous to that. Okay, well, this is going to get filled up immediately. Almost. Just about. All right. Well, you know, as long as the service is working and we don't have a ton of people just stranded constantly, this seems to be fine for right now. We probably should upgrade this at some point, but I would probably rather wait for a little bit faster. 110 miles per hour is pretty good. Still faster than basically every Amtrak service today, but 52 capacity is not quite enough, and if I put 2 of these together, it's going to be too long for our platforms. So I guess when we get the, like I was saying, the Metroliner in 20-ish years in-game, that'll be a very good replacement for that, because I think that one goes a little bit faster, and I know it definitely has a higher capacity. And then we'll also get the... Well, the game can't use the copyrighted names for stuff, so it always makes up some sort of nonsense, but I forget what it calls the Amtrak equipment, but it's always funny. We can tack on additional coach cars to that, and they have the same top speed, so it ends up being fine. Developed originally from the same general plans, talking about the Metroliners and then the Amfleet coaches that they are still using today, for now. Yeah, so that's hanging on nicely. Let's check and see. Oh, see, now they don't want food anymore. Make up your mind, dude. I guess it's just because there's not really a convenient way for them to bring in another business that wants food without this being a whole ordeal. But it's fine. So shipment here probably could stand to be improved slightly. Oh, wow. Yeah, we have so much food that wants to go to Pembroke Pines that is not making it there. So this, when you see this little exclamation point here, it says that stuff's being lost. So we need to add some storage. So let's see. I have to have a decent spot to stick this because the game doesn't really like it when you place stuff in here. Sometimes. All right. So I will just have to go here. That's going to add a little bit of capacity. So it should be okay. Where's this one going? Pembroke Pines. No, that's the farm supply. I'm sorry. That's going over there. Those jokers can't make up their minds. Are these guys really coming in all the way? Oh, okay, here it is. Alright, so this definitely needs to have additional stuff. Is this really using the original? No, it's not. Okay. Let's double the capacity of that guy there to 48. That should help. We'll see if it fills up. Hello, hello. Good to see you in chat. Love the Amtrak train names. In the game or in real life? Because the ones in the game are pretty funny. I think they named the Acela Speed Dance, but it's not two separate words, so it's like Speed Dance, and it's like, what the heck is that? Like, come on, man. Oh, man. There was a game in, I don't know, like 2001, 2002. Depending on where you were in the world, if you owned it. It was either called Airport Tycoon, Air Mogul, or Airport Inc., and they got absolutely no permission to use any copyrighted airline or aircraft names. So you any Boeing airplane, 737, 747, whatever, they still used the model number, but they spelled it Boeing, B-O-W-I-N-G. And of course, like, you know, you're a kid, you're like, oh, that's so funny, so stupid, whatever, but it was really funny. And then, of course, Airbus becomes Skybus or whatever. Like, come on, man. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. I forgot to check and see if that filled all the way up, but, you know, increasing throughput is always a good thing no matter what in this game. We'll just check and see here in a second. So I think there's enough lined up on the platform where we could basically fill any amount of cars. The question is, how much do these people want? And is that going to be able to fulfill it? I want to say, like, this should be fine. But we also need to be mindful of what else is going to be using all of this. And we have a whole lot queued up to go to Pembroke. I know we're going to Birmingham. But they're almost completely satisfied with food demand at the moment, so I'm not tempted to mess with it. Oh, wow, we still have one of these guys on this? Is this a 10-wheeler? Okay, that probably needs to get replaced. But see, because this still has the tools thing on it, they're not even having one entire boxcar full of stuff. Yeah, Boeing might have been funnier, especially, yeah, you know. I'm trying to remember what else the rest of them were. Learjet, you know, like L-E-A-R jet, became Learjet, L-E-E-R, like you're staring at somebody with malcontent. It's like, come on. Like, you can't make this stuff up. And, of course, all the airline names were close enough, but not the same. It was this weird combination of complete jank and absolute comedic genius that I really, really appreciated. Yes, this train is very old. We should probably have this guy replaced with another one here. We did just get GG1s, which are great because they can go 99 miles per hour, but none of our cargo rolling stock can go that fast yet, so it's kind of pointless unless we're doing passenger service. Well, this isn't even a 10-wheeler. This was the, I forget. But I think, based on the speed of this, we probably don't need to upgrade it yet. It's doing okay. But why does this have tools on the train? I mean, Birmingham wants them, so that's fine, but How did it get tools on that? That is... Oh, that's the building materials one. Where is that going? I guess somehow we got tools up here, which shouldn't happen because that's not even connected. All right, whatever. All right, so we have a huge backup of food here. Yeah, so they're not even filling this up though, so I'm hesitant to upgrade anything. Yeah, okay, so that's okay for now. See, this one has a little bit less coal. But I think we're able to keep up with everything fine, so, yeah. It's alright. I think we can leave that alone. Let's come back over here to New York and check on our... Yeah, look at that. Machine's demand is almost completely satisfied. And nothing else. So, got our work cut out for us there. I guess steel is kind of keeping up. We just have to get the actual shipment stuff taken care of so then this can upgrade. Yeah, so I got a lot of planks stored up. But I'm not sure why, if we have so much excess product, I don't know why the shipment's not going up. I guess it's because we're not taking it out fast enough, and that's just because New York's the only one getting any. So we need to find a second place of... Oh, Flint is super, super easy, quick to get to. And they only want 28? Okay. We're not going to want to go past there. And, oh, now these clowns want machines. Forget it, dude. I'm not taking this halfway across the continent for you to just decide later on that you don't actually want it. So for now, let's check and see what our cargo situation looks like. Yeah. So there's not really a lot going on here cargo-wise. I think... Yeah. Stub-end cargo platform here is going to be the way to go. Just nice and simple, and then we can have this, I guess, go through the same platform here. Doesn't really matter. Just have to put signals in. Should be okay. Because this is what brings us the planks. This is what takes machines into New York. And it's not even completely full up, but, you know, get more stuff coming out. This should be able to be fine. Oh, God. Yep, they absolutely would. Let's get this, yeah, let's get this popped in here nicely. Make sure this is going to be doable. Yeah, so I'm going to have to cross this road. Oh, I don't have to go over the road because it's a freight railway. I just have to, you know, not run into other buildings, which, wow, this is, that sure is something. We'll just go with that. Let's see. Again, this is just regular speed, so it doesn't matter. Up to 75. Cool. So that is going to be... We'll call that Flint tool supply. Or machine supply, I'm sorry. No, not suo-ply. There you go. So because this is going to be sharing a platform here, we will need to signalize it. I did look a little bit more into how signals and stuff work in this game, and I am happy to report that this game does not have any other type of signal that the player needs to manually place. The computer just decides where to send each train based on availability, but block signals or whatever, you can just do yourself and be fine. I'm not reading that, William. You got jokes for days, though. The condition of train 30 is very bad. Yep. Well, this is the U.S. That's how it goes. Let's give ourselves a train for the Flint supply here. I don't know that I can use... maybe I can. we'll give it a shot. So again, none of our cargo can go any faster than... Oh, we got a new... oh, never mind. We had that already. None of our cargo can go faster than 50 miles per hour, so it doesn't matter. I'm just going to start this with 2 boxcars so I don't have to worry about it later. And I'm not going to use one of these guys. Little Alco is just so slow. But I'm going to want something that has reasonable tractive effort. This is complete overkill. 442 Atlantic. Be good enough. Let's set this on the Flint machine supply and see if it decides it can actually do anything. So it's waiting for free path, which... yeah, it's never going to have one because there's a train on the line here. All right. So ignore that I... Never mind, that's not the right one. Ignore that I ever did this. We're just going to, you know, build ourselves a new depot and move on with our lives. I know it's ridiculous to have so many of these depots everywhere, but, you know, train pathing is... it's a thing. It's annoying, but it's fine. All right, 442 Atlantic. Give me a couple of boxcars. And now we will set that on Flint machine supply. I don't know why it always wants to have this up super high on berms everywhere. So I don't know how many it's going to give. Oh, it already allocated 5. Okay. And this has gone up. Good. That's exactly what we wanted to see. So that left, that means this can approach the station. Oh, I'm going to need to have a an approach signal here. There. Just roll with that. And I do have the second line here we haven't done anything with yet. So that took 7 machines. See what these guys actually end up wanting. Okay, so now we got 6 out of 29. I don't know if this is going to increase the amount it sends per shipment, but we should, over time, see that start to tick up. Once this gets into that upgrade range, you're going to need more steel to get there, which is something we've been working on here. Still don't have enough iron. But this number's gone down. It was like, what, 1,500 when we started this stream? So I don't know that I can really, I don't care about buses. I don't know that we can really add anything else. Yeah, see, this isn't even full. Huh. I feel like this shouldn't have to have any more supply of anything to be able to make this much steel. Maybe it's just demand-based. Second iron train. I mean, this also is already maxed out. So, if we're going to do that, we're going to have to bring in another one of these areas here. And I don't know... See, that's where the export line's going. If I swap that over to this other track here, but that's already being used here. That's coming over from... Okay. I think we are going to need to expand our platforms here. I think that's going to be really our only option. We're going to have to reconfigure tracks. Yeah, if that's going to get rewrited anyway, then that's fine. Let's just make these a little bit longer. By a little bit longer, I mean a lot of bit longer. So this guy's going to get rerouted to, I guess, this bottom track. This guy's going to get rerouted to there, which opens up this track for something else. And then, or I could just reroute this guy and have this track go up here. And I'm just trying to think here. Because I do have more coal, I do have more iron up here. But that's the closest ones outside of just coming in from here. I'm pretty sure this might be a tiny bit closer. Then I have to build a bridge. But if I came in from this direction, I wouldn't have to... Okay, well. As soon as I move this track, then I can extend this platform here, and that should be fine. We just have to be able to, you know, do it in a way that's not going to be completely stupid. So I'm going to wait till that's in the station. I'm going to hit pause, and then we will redraw all of these. Alright. So, now the time has come for us to completely clear this out. All the way back to there. Probably didn't have to do it that way, but just makes it easier. So that comes in all the way down here. That's probably fine there. This track then can go to that iron mine. And we do have coal up here that could go into this same kind of deal. Or, get it? Or I can just say, you know what? Enough is enough. We're going to absolutely future-proof the heck out of this. And then just make this what it needs to be here. Delete that. Get that stuff out of the way. Extend all of these platforms as much as we can. Oh, is that just regular track? It is. Okay. Let's get that out of here. Okay, so that gives us 5 tracks, 3 platforms. We can get these all hooked up nicely here. This guy just all the way to the very bottom one. Super simple. This one's fine here, but I am going to redo it to go into this next lower one. Just because I can. We will have to reconfigure all of these, but that's the way it goes. So this here on this platform is probably okay, but in case I need to come up this way to one of these, I am going to move this down to the next one. Shouldn't be a huge deal. So I don't have to signalize anything. This already going out that way. And then this will give us, from either this end or both, future expansion for another mine. But for now, we do need to come in and put in a cargo station here. Which I suppose I could just kind of stub end into this. Probably fine. Although there's not really a very compelling reason to do that versus one of these other things here. It still hooks up alright. And I imagine this should be long enough. Can't anticipate any, you know, need beyond that, so. Lag. Bring that in here. This game is obsessed with just incredibly long viaducts for no reason. So that's going to get us roughly going in the right direction here. I guess that's fine. Cross the river. Not with some sort... Ooh. We got the fancy bridge now. Oh, that looks ridiculous. That looks absolutely stupid. All right. Back to this we go. Okay, so now that goes here. Oh, I could have just drawn this all the way straight there. I think now that this is, you know, not 800 feet up in the air, this will actually work fine. So that was going to that track? Yes. Yep, we can work with that. So now that is going to be needing a another depot. I know. So many depots, so little time. We don't have to keep all of these here if we don't want to. But since they're cheap, nice and easy to build, now we just need to make a line. We will need to redo all of those. So what did I name this other one? Steel, coal supply, steel, iron supply. Let's call this steel, iron supply 2. This says billings for some... Okay, it's fine. Now, what do I have on the iron one? I'm pretty sure... Oh, the Milwaukee. Okay, with 14 gondolas. Okay, well, we probably don't need that much. But I do like the acceleration and the top speed of these guys for freight service, so this will make us money. That'll be fine. That's 9. Let's do 10 to start out with. Cool, 18 mil. Iron supply 2. Now we have to come back in here and fix this. So New York City South needs to have, coming from transfer, what platform is this? 4? No. 2? Okay, that I guess that the game's calling that platform 2. That's fine, maybe. No, it's not 2, it's 4. There. Why? Oh, that's stop number 2. Okay. Never mind. All right, so that is coal supply. Now needing to go to... Is that going to be platform 5? Yes. All right. So those two have been solved. Now I have the one actually delivering to this thing up here, which is steel supply. There we go. So that needs to be platform... No, not this one. New York City South is the one that needs to change. All right, so that's connected, right? Okay. I think that's everything that had to be reconnected. Should be okay. That's not something I've heard before. Has $700 million and is worried about the cost of a bridge. Look, you gotta be economizing, man. That's the way of the railroad. Why have, you know, redundant people in a train for safety's sake when you could just have one person do it on 2 hours of sleep? Makes perfect sense. So we should see this start to ramp up once I get this other iron coming in. I don't think the coal is going to be an issue for a while. But we should maybe prepare for that. Because this can still keep up speed-wise. But it won't be able to forever. Yeah, see, this just immediately goes away. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about putting any more coal in here yet. But machine supply is still about the same. We're getting really close to upgrading this, though. So that's good. Now they want 40 machines. All right. You'll get it. Just be patient. Spend the money on a fat infrastructure project with friends, not on employee safety or well-being. Well, that's also not really always true. Make up your mind, man. You want machines, you want food, and then I give it to you, I don't want it. What's wrong with you? Okay. Okay, there's more than one building wants machines now. And now somebody wants food. All right. Well, I've been having this train run this entire time, and every time it comes in, people are like, well, no, just kidding. I didn't actually want any food. Yes, yes, indeed. Trains. Always and forever. What's on this one? No food. Why is there no food? They're demanding food. This building's gonna move out again, and then I'm gonna have to roast them every single time it comes up. Okay, fuel supply has not been able to keep up. That's probably because we're not shipping enough stuff out, and that's probably because we don't have enough communities being served by it. We'll see what happens. Why is there a tool in the food distribution again? Why is this like this? I know the game like automatically decides what needs to go where based on pathing of stuff, but no. Stop this. This is not necessary. So why the machine's distribution has no machines on it, but now it's taking food away from what? Now it's taking food away from this to go all the way up here. Yeah, see, I keep saying I want the massive storage hub, but I don't know how to do it. And probably not something I want to try and figure out on stream. I don't know, man. Every once in a while, someone comes in the chat who's like super ultra just final boss level smart at this game. They're like, I can't believe you don't know how to do this. I'm like, dude, not everybody knows how this works. Well, at least there's finally actually machines on this, and I guess they're going to pick up the food from here and take... Whatever. Whatever, man. This game is beyond my understanding. And it's funny that I'm complaining about this because this is exactly what one of those hub-type buildings... Is that one of the buildings that just demanded things going out? It's absolutely what that is. Yeah. What? Come on, man. This is a town of losers, is what this is. Every time they demand something, I start bringing it, and then they disappear. God. Absolute fools. How are we doing over here in Birmingham? Got any more buildings built anywhere? No? Okay. Oh, people are wanting to take the shuttle, though. That's good. Theoretically, from what I understand in the game, you can have a giant central rail yard with a whole bunch of platforms, and they will all share anything that goes into that station. And it'll route whatever needs to go wherever based on the lines that you have set up. But the problem is, I've never done that, so I don't know if that's going to be, you know, the correct way to make it work, or if I'm just going to waste a whole lot of time building something that doesn't make any sense. That being said, it's probably still worth doing. I just have to figure out where it's going to go. And I have to be able to route the finished products. Ideally, the only things that would ever go into that would be the actual finished goods that all these cities demand. I also have to be realistic with how much time I've got, but I guess that's only dictated on how hungry I get in a little bit. We got at least another hour, maybe two. We will see. So, you know, scoping out land. Probably going to want it to be right in the middle-ish. Is there a mini-map? I should know. I really should. But I don't. Okay, that's not even anything. Well, we know this is the middle, roughly here. And we know this is the middle, roughly here. But we got mountains. And I think, yeah, this is also technically a mountain. This is a farm we're not currently doing anything with. We could if we had a food processing area over here. Oh, no, no, no. You don't want a DoorDash down here. I think I'm outside the delivery range of most stuff. That's another thing. Like, these services came out of nowhere. Now, disclaimer, I did, for a short period of time, work for one of those companies that no longer exists. But, like, people are really going to spend $30 for a burrito taxi? Like, seriously? Is this map Pittsburgh? No, there's not a toilet in the basement. Next question. We have... I mean, I guess here's not terrible, but again, it does have hills. This is pretty flat right here outside of Birmingham, and could be our best bet. I'm going to remove this road, and I guess we can just start building a big hub. Birmingham is kind of our capital city, I guess we've decided. I have friends that spend $2,000 a month on mediocre... Man, what? I hope they have really, really high-paying jobs to be able to afford that. And I worked at a restaurant that got absolutely inundated with food delivery as soon as, like, Uber Eats and all that got really popular. Do you know... Alright, I need to build and talk at the same time. Do you know that restaurants who work with companies like that end up getting a really raw deal? And my restaurant, which was I guess I could safely say, a regional chain, not like a huge chain thing, but like it's owned by like an investment group kind of thing. Uber Eats took 30% of all of our earnings from orders placed through the app. 30%. If you know anything about the restaurant industry, you know that the margins are usually really, really, really thin. And on most items, the cost on the menu is going to have to be at minimum 3 times what the raw material cost of the ingredients is to cover labor for the cooks and the overhead for the restaurant and all that. So if Uber Eats says, all right, we're taking 30%, you're already losing money. So then you have to raise your prices on the app, and then people are angry that you raised prices on Uber Eats, and then they call you, and they get really mad at you on the phone, like, why should I pay more money on it? Like, dude, you're paying for a taxi for your food because you don't want to come get it yourself. Like, what? How am I the one who's wrong here? And then, oh god, the service fees and everything. So, like, say you get a $10 item that would normally in the restaurant, you come in the restaurant, you pay your $10, and then tax and tip, whatever. On Uber Eats, that item would have to be $12 or $13 to make the same amount of money per transaction. Oh, see, now these losers want machines again. All right, we're going to ignore them. But then you have the service fee for that. Then you have tax on that, and then you have all the other fees, and then they send a tip to the Uber Eats thing, whatever. So these people are spending, by the time they get their food home, sometimes 3 times the cost of the inflated price of the food just to have it at home. And then it sits at the restaurant for like 30 minutes because the drivers never show up on time. And then suddenly, now it's the restaurant's fault that the driver either was late, got lost, was rude to them, which, again, not the restaurant employee doing this, or they ate their food or whatever, but it's always the restaurant's problem. It's never Uber's problem. You call them and they don't care. I don't even know if they have customer service staff anymore, but when I worked at the restaurant, it was awful. I had to call them all the time. And then they're like, well, we can't do anything. Well, what do you mean you can't do anything? You employed these people. Anyway. Hello, how's it going? Currently roasting food delivery services. But we're attempting keyword here, to build a central cargo hub. And I'm hopeful we can actually get this to work. So, we got 8 station platforms here. I think should be about as long as we're ever going to need. So I'm just going to make a whole bunch of these guys here. Start out with 8 different platform things here with tracks. Should be enough to start out with, and we can always expand past that. The idea here being importing as many of the finished products as possible, and then that can just get stored and sent out to wherever it needs to go. Alright, so that's 6 right there. This would be track 7. So I don't know. See how many actual factories we have over here. We have this one making machines, which ideally should come in here. We have another one over here for making machines we're not using. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We can always, you know, modify stuff as needs demand. So we need to build buildings that will store cargo. I think just kind of pop a bunch of these guys in here. This will store a whole bunch of stuff. Now we have to connect items coming in and then distribution to cities going out. Yeah, if you have like a higher end credit cards, they do give you credits for that. But it is it's just it just seems to me like a really unsustainable business model that's being propped up by venture capital and is going to collapse as soon as that money dries up. Because I know how much I got paid when I worked for one of those companies, and then I did rideshare. I drove for Lyft for a while. I didn't quite get to 1,000 rides, but that's a story for another time. The money that I got paid, the money it told me that the ride cost, was less than the money the customer was charged. And I didn't receive a full share of that, so then that's when I was like, okay. They're just siphoning money off the top and, you know, not telling anyone who actually is buying the service or providing it that they're doing that. No, Dave's doing fine. Having a good time with the non-beaver transport simulator here. So now I don't know. I don't know exactly what I need to be bringing in here is the other problem, but it's fine. So I always get so distracted here. Alright, Machines Factory. I guess it probably is fine to just kind of leave this as it is, because that works for now. And everything's connected, but... oh, this is all full on food. That's good. Meanwhile, these clowns still can't commit to anything. And I delivered food, and now the food's stuck here. Absolute just clown activities here. Also would help if I even, you know, remembered what the actual goods were. It's not going to tell me, is it? No. Come on, there's got to... I don't know enough about this game. See, right now I'm making fuel. That's probably a big one that needs to come in here, is fuel. Building materials, again, not super convenient to get over here, but if this is going to be quote-unquote central hub for all this stuff, we definitely can start by bringing fuel over here directly and then coming out everywhere. So we already have a fuel train going to Birmingham coming out of here. If we just reroute that, instead of taking this parallel track here, we reroute it to come all the way into here. Need to go to sleep here. It's 11:30 at night. Hey, that is okay. Always take care of yourself. Happy to have you whenever you can show up, but please get some sleep. And hope to see you again soon. I got big into credit card points and perks 10 years ago. It's just extreme couponing for the middle class. Yeah, but it does have good benefits. Yeah, if you're already spending the money and you're smart about it and you pay off your credit card statement every month, then it's basically just free money. But you have to be really careful, or else, oh, I've got X amount of credit limit, I can buy this. Like, well, no. I mean, if you want to pay interest on it, sure, but it's just be smart. And if you're going to do travel, then, or if you travel for work and you're allowed to get reimbursed and you can just put it on your own card, then obviously that's a no-brainer. Get those airline points, get an upgrade every once in a while, take a free trip every once in a while. It's just a cool system. I need to make sure I'm... okay, so the fuel shuttle, the Birmingham fuel shuttle now, is going to, once it gets back onto this track here, get... oh, you know what I can do? And probably would be smarter is I can have a dedicated station just to bring fuel over here, and this can only be for dropping off materials. That, I think, would make more sense. Yeah, and a lot of credit cards now, like, if you have one from, like, I don't know, 20 years ago, your interest rate's probably a little better, but now most of the new ones, like, I get this stuff in the mail all the time. Like, I don't know how much money you people think I'm making. I promise you it's not that much. But they're like, oh, you can have this amazing, incredible credit card, and your interest rate's going to be 28%. Like, no! No, like, first of all, why are you throwing 28% interest at me? My credit score is not bad. It's not that bad, at least. Like, I'm not paying 28% interest on this stuff. I'm just not doing it. Oh, Chase. I guess I should be careful about exactly what I say, but they have been sending me solicitations for a specific prestigious rewards card for a long time. And they always say, you're pre-approved and this and that. And according to their requirements, I should be, and they always deny me. It's like, all right, dude, I'm just going to throw everything you send me in the trash now. But it is what it is. I wish there was like a delete drag thing here. That'd be really convenient. So this, where is this? That's food processing. This is also going to need to not go directly to Birmingham. It's going to need to go here, and then this can have just a single train coming in this way. Yeah, I mean, if you auto pay the entire statement every month, and interest rates are irrelevant, but there is going to come a time, it does not matter how much money you have or how disciplined you are, there is going to come a time in your life where you will need to make hard decisions about what you pay for and when, and having the headroom on a credit card is a very, very helpful tool to be able to, you know, just do some crisis management every once in a while, not like make a habit of it. Why is construction not possible here? I can't delete my tracks. All right, whatever. But point being, I don't want to put myself in a position where, what's the best way to word this? I don't know. If I'm going to take out a credit card, even if I'm never planning on having a big balance month to month, there's probably going to be a time where that is going to either be necessary or really convenient weighed against other options. And I'd rather not have the super high interest rate when that situation comes up. Oh, yikes. $800 is a whole lot for an annual fee. Unless you're using the benefits. Like, I know Priority Club access at airports, theoretically, if it's good, is worth a lot. All the different, like, free subscription service things, free movie tickets. I know Amex at some tiers has that. If you use the benefits, then it ends up being worth it. But for me, no. $800, absolutely not. I don't think any of my cards have an annual fee. Yes. Actual crisis, like sustaining of life or property, or, hey, the car broke down and we're 1,000 miles from home type stuff, yeah, that's what that's supposed to be for. Oh boy, adult financing chat. Perfect. Yeah, you're totally right about crisis management. I would also argue it's better to plan into a money market or something like that for crisis management so you can use the card initially then pay it off. Yes. You can get like a private line of credit with a bank. And if you're a homeowner, you can also do a home equity line of credit. But that's a completely different kind of situation. You want to use that probably more for like renovations or something. That's actually going to, you know, be some sort of investment you can recoup if you ever sell your house or you rent it out or whatever. What do I know? I don't own a house. I play with beavers on the internet. So this, remember, this track's going to go away. This just needs to connect straight up to here. And we need to leave enough tracks free on this side, or we can just, you know, continue expanding that way. But we need to make sure we can still get into here whenever we need to. And we don't necessarily have to have every track go into every platform. We just have to have it set up so that every platform can be used and the trains don't get bunched up. The other fun thing you can do with the credit cards is you can kind of, what's the term? You know, there's some sort of term somebody told me, I don't know, like 10 years ago about like trying to different rotational benefits for opening new cards or whatever. Like, if you know you're going to spend X amount of money per month anyway, and you can open a new card, and it has a spend X amount of money, and you get so many points, you get this benefit, or you get cash back or whatever, then yeah, obviously, that's a great option. Just, you know, don't carry a balance on it. Churning, there you go. And some of that stuff does scare me considerably because you're getting into really, really dangerous territory. But, you know, again, if you're smart with it, then worse decisions could be made. Okay, where's this coming from? That is the food distribution coming from here. Okay, because I wanted to have this completely separate. Well, at any rate, let's from here decide what's going to be our straight in track. I guess this is probably fine here. We'll build these two out, and then we're going to have everything else kind of just connect in and branch out. Let's do... Is this not going to... Whatever. So from here, we want these to be able to merge. The reason I'm having this separated right here is so we can have signals and not have trains clogging up all of the merging spots. So now this has to come out to here. Come on. See, I did watch videos on this. I'm not really expecting this to go perfectly well, but I think we should still be able to get something nice accomplished here. So, this coming in this way and then probably coming down into this other one is going to be our best bet here. So now, remember, because any train can go at any platform and it'll be fine. So we just have to be able to protect all the platforms. One way in, one way out, etc. And then they can just choose whichever one is free based on that information. So if this signal is blocked, no one's going to enter this track. But we want it to be long enough to clear the longest train we're ever going to use, which is going to be just as long as this platform is. So that should get us there. And I don't think I have to signalize this. As long as these tracks are all connected and there's some sort of occupancy detection here, it should be fine. Okay, so you learn. You've been through all this stuff. I don't know that I would ever count bankruptcy as like a fun lesson, but sometimes a necessary one. Let's see, is that gonna look awful? It kind of does. So what if I just come out right to here? Okay, we'll do that. Construction not... What do you mean construction not possible? Get over yourself. Oh, now it works. Alright, so now that is going out to from 2 tracks to 6. Hopefully doesn't end up being a problem. Ah. Gotta love taking advantage of loopholes. Well, not really loopholes, but... see, I want... I'll just have this keep going. I'm not going to sit here and wait for it. So this is building materials going all the way up here. Pretty sure. That can end up going right into our hub. And then the Birmingham train will just near like that. Just need this guy to get all the way out of here. No, I agree. The system is set up to work for certain types of people, and that's just how it is. So whatever you have to do what's best for yourself and your situation, within the allowable limits of what's able to be done. And I think we could probably redo this station when we get to a certain point too. But for now, hit pause. This can be rerouted to go into this set of tracks. We might want to actually have more than 2 tracks here. Yeah, because this is going to be, that's fuel. That's food processing, and that's machines. Okay, well, if it's only ever two things, like 1 thing per track coming in probably would be a smart thing. So I'll tell you what. I know we just spent all this time getting these added here, but I'm gonna take this back out. I know. I'm thinking out loud. I'm learning the process. I know it's not probably not technically the correct way to be doing it, but what do I always say? I'm going to show you the whole process, whether or not my brain decides it wants to do something that makes sense. So we have an opportunity here, because we're taking all these tracks up, to either move our cargo station or split our cargo into a couple of different spots. Because, look, we have fuel mostly going to this side of town. We've got food kind of located in the center, and then we've got tools up here. This station here covers almost all of it. So I think we probably don't need to worry about it right now, but as the city grows, we might want to consider relocating stuff. Nice to have you on Transport Fever after Timberborn. Yeah, I like this game a lot. I'm not good at it, like, obviously, but it is kind of fun. Makes your brain work a little bit differently from the Beaver game, which is always a nice change of pace. Schedule look like for Timberborn next week. I'm hoping to be back on the regular schedule, so Monday, Water Beavers, Tuesday, Project 1K, and then Friday, Water Beavers, Saturday, Project 1K, and then the Wednesday, Thursday games. Like I said a couple weeks back, are either going to be the colony submissions, or I might just continue taking those off for a little bit as I work on other stuff. Trying to get my second channel ramped up and hopefully launch early next month. We'll see what happens with that. That's going to be train content. So like model railroad stuff. Eventually, I'd like to do little history bits and maybe some in-person things. But that's going to take a lot more planning than, hey, let's sit down and play the Beavers for an hour and then put a video up on it. No. Most of that stuff would be like work a day, 2 days, 3 days on a single video. And obviously will not be making any money whatsoever. So is going to end up getting kind of subsidized by this stuff. But I've wanted to do that for a long time. But yeah, Monday, Tuesday for sure. And Friday, Saturday for sure. That's what I'm going to commit to 100%. And if I can do anything else, then I will. But while we're in the situation now at the end of summer, quote unquote, I know summer goes until September, but meteorologically, my brain just completely stopped working. That's fine. What was I? Oh, I was connecting these. Okay. Except those don't need to go here, and I don't need this road in the way. So we'll just get rid of that. This rail line goes to building materials, which now can just go straight in here, and I don't have a train anywhere near this. I do need to make sure where the train is. Where is this one? There it is. Okay. So I can safely delete this track, at least most of it. Get this out of the way here. This will have to get realigned to come into our main area. Okay. So now I finally got that taken care of. I don't think we're ever going to get freight rolling stock that can go true high speed. I think there's some stuff that can go like 75, which is the maximum speed on the standard tracks. So let's commit to that. I need to make sure this is the correct length. I think this is 8. Yes. And that's fine. I don't think I'm going to need more than one platform here until I start having this connect down here instead of over here. So, all that to say, this just needs to get connected into this mess here, which obviously that is not an ideal scenario because it's going to be blocked. But if we plan based on what is being produced, I've got a fuel refinery, I've got food, I've got the machine shop here. There's nothing else in this exact area north of this, I guess we'll just call this north, that needs to be brought into here. Because steel is not an end product. Building materials are, but there's no quarry over here, so we don't care if that goes away. We do have a finished goods, packaged goods, whatever thing here, but that's not being supplied with anything. We could supply it with steel from here, but then we have to have plastic, which is going to have to come from a specific type of refinery that is... I don't even know. I haven't seen one. So anyway, point being, oil's going to come in here, or fuel is going to come in here, bread's going to come in here, and then machines are going to come in here, and building materials are going to come in here. So top platform building mats, bottom platform here is going to end up being machines, which gives us bread to this track and fuel to this track. So this is what we're doing for fuel. I can just come real easy right to this. If this will work out, take away a field on a farm we're not actually using is fine, as long as I can get into my other thing here. But I also feel like I could probably route it around this with minimal weeping or gnashing of teeth. Yeah, there we go. Still top speed. Alright, so that is our new fuel delivery to our hub. Remember, we can have different cities come out different ways here, depending on how we want to do our tracks. And they can kind of coexist to a certain extent, and there's only a few cities, quote-unquote, north of here. I think we can also, depending on how we want to run this, I might... Oh, it's not going to let me do that, huh? Well, we'll figure it out. I can always have something just kind of stub off of this. At one end of the mega station, you can put the one depot to rule them all. And have all the tracks eventually merge. See, I'd like to. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to end up working out yet. But point being is I need to make sure that at any point in time I can get all of my materials in. The stuff getting delivered, I guess, could be secondary. Or we could even do stuff in, stuff out, coming out the other side, but we'll figure it out. Real Railroads managed to figure this out with mostly, in a lot of areas, single-track main lines. So it's possible. It might not be super convenient, but it is possible. So the fuel refinery for now is just going to be sending out from here. That does mean we're going to have to take away some of these routes here, and some of these trains are going to end up being just straight up sold, replaced, deleted, whatever. But this Patterson fuel setup, I'm pretty sure, yeah, see, this is literally taking here to here to here. I guess for now that's okay. We'll just leave that alone, but eventually that does need to get changed over to something else. One train out per city with the cars to supply all the goods they need. See, that would make sense. I would just have to do the math to figure out what cars go where. But that's a good plan. Anyway, so that's going to stay as it is. We don't need to mess with that quite yet. Instead, we're going to have a new thing going here to here. We're going to have to rename that to something else. But this is going to be Hub Fuel Supply. We'll just call that that. All right, so Birmingham Annex. We'll just call that Central Hub Station for simplicity's sake. All right, first thing set up there. Excuse me. Now we need to get machines coming in, which we already decided was going to come into this track here. So if I have that go into this same station, I'm not going to, place this yet. But we want to make sure this can be the correct, no, get out of here, correct length, which we decided was 8 platform segments. This is 4. This would be 5. This would give us 6. Now, because these are going to be modified, we could end up redoing that and be fine. Or we could just say, you know what? We'll just extend it this way, but that looks kind of dumb, so maybe we shouldn't do that. I also, if this is going to be completely changed like this, maybe I could just put it in a different alignment entirely. That might be smarter. We have money. Why not? No harm in, you know, doing something slightly more optimized. Is that lined up correctly? It's almost. All right, so if I go flat there, then this would come in like that, or I could have this flat to the side and it can come in like this. The food also has to come in this way, and I haven't messed with that yet. Building materials coming in from here should be, yeah, that should be fine. So, if I have room here, because we don't need to have roads, right? If I have room here, after deleting the roads, just come in nice and easy, just like that. Just a single track here. We can also use this same infrastructure to go into towns and just pass through stations. That's fine, but I want to make sure these are set up nicely. Okay, so that one we decided was going to be going into this track here. And I'm not really crazy about this, so let's take the overland route here, not cut through anything. Unless the game decides that it really, 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 really wants me to, then whatever. But I just think it's kind of excessive sometimes what it tries to do. All right, make sure we leave space for the other thing here. But if I go straight into here, yeah, see, it always wants to cut through like this. That is just not necessary. So give it a little bit of chance here. Yeah, that looks so much better. Not that we're gonna, you know, be in any beauty contest with this game or anything, but see, it always wants this crazy elevation changes. There. That works. Now that has to have its own line. And that gets to be called... How did I already forget? There we go. Let's call it Hub Machines Supply. Now, the machine thing on the other side of the map I'm not going to mess with because it's, you know, already there. So that'll just be Hub Machines Supply, and that's it. Now I have to figure out what I'm doing with this, because I do have multiple stations kind of converging here. This currently is one of those things that's going to, you know, try to send random stuff to random locations, which is not what that's supposed to be doing. The way that this is set up, knowing how this goes, probably is going to make sense for us to remove this station and instead expand this to accommodate this guy, and then all the way through here. We also have this third farm if we need it. I think we might eventually. So I'd like to avoid, you know, completely destroying everything here, but because of the way this is set up, I can have another station kind of in the middle here and have a pass-through track to go to the main area, just have it be 2-tracked. So if this goes away, we lose this track that we already kind of counted on losing. This is just going to go right back to station there. Drop that off, hit pause. This track can now go completely away. The idea here is I'm trying to avoid losing production, even though the trains are going to be shuffled around. This going in between here and here, obviously not tremendously great. But if this goes out, That one gets disconnected. Distribution of Pembroke Pines also gets interrupted, but I think gonna be for the best. Can that be a stub? Maybe. I don't know. Always wants tracks above grade for drainage. Yeah. But there's a difference between, you know, putting it up on grade for drainage and it being a scale 30 feet above the surrounding terrain, which is, that's no. Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to bite the bullet here. Just get rid of it. Which this will still retain all of its materials. These trains will get shoved off into God knows where. I think. Maybe. Maybe I don't need to be messing with this like this. But take this track out. This now becomes the default setup here. Extend this by 2. Then I have these tracks which are electrified. There. So that can be for this guy to come in. We'll need another one. So this actually would have a reason to be probably a 4-track station. So let's make that happen. This is going to give us a hard time here in a little bit, so we'll have to figure something out here. Now, there's probably not a depot that this can go to. Oh, never mind. All right. Okay, so that's in the depot. Good. Yeah, so this is just an absolute mess here, but we can still keep using the train. That's fine. All right, put the rest of these in. So like I said, 4 tracks. We can always add more if we need to, but I think this would just be the easiest way to do it. Passenger rail is going to be a bit of a problem to try to figure out with this, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. All right. Now, that's the station taken care of. This is a supply. This will be fine, except that is not fine. Who authorized this? My God. All right. So here's where I do terraforming. Just, you know, gently coax the terrain into, you know, not being completely stupid looking. We didn't have this problem when it wasn't this high off the ground, but it's fine, I guess. I hate looking at these big, ugly berms and everything. I know there's a, there's like a level slope tool somewhere. See, even like that still doesn't look good, but yeah, I can fix it later. Whatever. It's fine. Just build it. All right, so now that goes into here. I'm going to, even though we don't need it right now, I'm going to come in here and put in a simple station. It is going to remove some of the fields, but that is unfortunately what's going to have to happen. I will remove the roads. Again, trains only. Where we're going, we don't need roads, etc. That'll give me a little bit more space here. I sure hope this works. I'm going to look like an absolute fool. All right. So the fields are still going to go away, but they can be rebuilt. It will organically change itself as it needs to. So that'll be 6. That'll give us 8. Come back in with our tracking here. Remember, this does not have to have 2 platforms. It just needs a pass-through track here to here. So we'll just pop that there in case we want another platform later. I don't think we will need one, but it's always good to be prepared. So now this can go into most likely this second thing, and I know that field's going to go away, but again, it'll taken care of. It'll be fine. Yeah, that should be all right. So now that goes through there. That gives us now this track as our pass-through, which that'll route automatically. And then I have the 4th track here for this field to come in straight off the top I'm going to have to... See, that's going up there to deliver food. And there is a train going up there that is going to have to be, unfortunately, just kind of sold off. But I wanted to redo all this anyway, so I guess I shouldn't be too upset about it. Just go ahead and clear this out. It's going to be alright. No tears, only dreams. Did that just teleport? Cool. Problem solved. I guess. Like I said, this will get reconnected at some other point in time. This now needs to be expanded to our 8 long platform. This is 4. So that will give us 8. Now we have the big, ugly, well, everything. That's fine. This doesn't have to be a super high speed, whatever. This can just be, you know, what it has to be. Going up the hill, as one does. And now we have all the farms coming in. And I have another couple of outlets on this side, should we choose to use them for something else. But that is food distribution taken care of. Oh, I should probably read chat more. Can you do a shorter supply track on the station input side since it's a super short run? Yeah, maybe, but having things be uniform is always nice. So that's taken care of. Now, I need a food supply track come into here, which straight line path is almost always the best choice. That goes there. Pass through supply and passenger track to Norfolk now. From this station? It's not going to take that same track route. Because there's no passengers coming through here. Passengers are always point to point. I mean, it could. There's no rule that says we can't. I just don't think I'd prefer to do it that way. Because if you have the passenger lines as direct as possible, then that's going to go quicker. We could maybe do a hub for passenger stuff, but I think point to point is probably best shot for now. So I have made an absolute mess of all of these different lines, and we are going to have to figure out what the heck I did here. I should have gotten rid of the rest of these. Okay, Patterson food distribution. That line. Oh, there's a vehicle on it. Wait, why? Okay, that's a different thing. There is a vehicle on the line. All right. Patterson food distribution, where are you? Train 11. Do you have any cargo? No, you don't. Farewell. Train depot in the sky. Goodbye. That's done. All right. So, what else related to the food mess we have here? Patterson North Farm Supply 2. That is actually fine as it is. That can stay. This Pembroke Pines thing, it's Pembroke Farm Supply. It needs to have a station added here. That's automatically taken care of there. I'm going to have to rename these, but that's set up just fine. So let's call this Farm 1, Farm 2, Farm 3. Let's do Patterson North Food Farm 2. There we go. And this is going to be not Pasterson. Farm 3. So now this gets a new line here to here, and that gets to be, I already forgot what I named these things. Food Farm 1. Okay. Now that those are named, you know, correctly, we can get that sorted out with trains later. Still need to get other lines cleaned up. Hello, Academic Unwinds. Currently trying to set up some hub supply for all of our cargo stuff here. So Patterson Machines distribution no longer needs to be a thing. This, what's this green? See, did I already? Okay, hub machine supply. So Patterson Machines distribution needs to go away as a line. I don't think I can delete it if there's, yeah, there's a vehicle on it. Okay, Patterson Machines distribution. It's got bread on it. All right, goodbye. You're done. You failed. We will redo that at a later time. So that means this track can go away. I'm just going to go ahead and remove that now, so I'm not tempted to leave it. We can redraw everything. I'm thinking this station in the middle of town probably is still the right way to go, but we may need to modify it. We'll see. I also don't like these interlockings right here. I'd like to avoid those if at all possible. So that's going to be a good change to make there. Now this here can stay for the time being. Next thing we have to get rid of. So the food supply now needs to go to the hub. So let's do here to here, and that should be the correct. There we go. So this is going to be hub food supply. Very good. That just goes there to there. Let's rename this station to actually have food in the name, so we can actually know what's going on with that. This Patterson branch needs to be fuel refinery. There we go. And what other stuff have I redone, renamed? Okay, this needs to be renamed. Yeah. Pembroke Pines Machines Factory, if I can spell correctly. Alright. So that's good. We will have to have trains on here at a time, but it should be fine. Steel mill. See, all these branch lines like contributing different things like this, I'm just going to leave in place because this is fine. It's adequate. It'll work. But because of how this is set up, I'm thinking this might make more sense to just have as additional platforms here. Try to condense stuff as much as I can. So let's give this a couple more. Come on. Remember, we don't have to have the line directly to the city here. We just need to have one coming from the planks and one coming from the steel, which we already kind of have here. So, I know it's not really the responsible thing to do to just delete all of this out of the blue, but it's going to be hard to build around this, and we might as well just start with a fresh, clean slate. So, that goes away. These trains that are on here will also go away, but that's showbiz. We can leave the roads connecting cities to other cities, but I'm going to do them a favor and just redraw this. So that should be country roads. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, that looks absolutely abominable. Let's fix that. Nope, not trains. There we go. Alright. It's an improvement. Yeah. That'll be fine. Alright, so this coming from here, which I really am not in love with how this is set up, probably should be moved. Yeah, we're gonna want this to be a longer station. See, this is what happens, folks. This is what happens. You end up wanting to change one thing, then you change everything, and then it just becomes this huge, ridiculous nonsense. But that's left the station, so now that goes away. We can keep this still here, but I definitely want to get this redone a way that makes more sense. So, once again, you don't need the roads. So we'll come over here with our standard 8 length. The entertainment we came for. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying. Alright, so that is one track. We will need a track for the coal. We will need a track for the iron. They are coming from the same side of the map, which is fine. We'll just have 2 tracks coming in like that. And then I do want to make sure I leave space in case I have to bring others in. But I only really have coal here. And I only really have iron up here, so it probably would end up just being, honestly, a couple trains on the same track. Well, we could triple track that if we had to. Point being, we are going to want, for this station, I believe, not that, 3 tracks should be fine. And then this track on the very outside can be the sending track. So we can have coal and iron come in here, and then the sending track can go all the way down to here, which that goes into there. I'm going to change that so that it goes the far track. Go for that. Should automatically figure itself out. If not, then we'll adjust it. Alright, so that is hub machines supply. That just goes to track 3. Okay. Let's see, this is a... Well, many things in this game can be fixed with money. Whether or not that's a great idea in real life, it's up to you to decide, but that'll help. Alright, so now this actually has to be completely taken out. I wonder what's going to happen to the train when I delete the last bit of track. It's just going to go to whatever depot is closest. I don't usually play like this, but I'm very curious. Vehicle in the way. Okay, so I do have to take care of this. Oh, there's... no, whatever. Not the end of the world. Alright. That problem has been solved. Sending track. All the way here. If we just go straight in, that is not what I would consider to be acceptable. So we're going to abort that. We're going to come out this way. If I can get it to play nice as soon as possible. Obviously, you're not going to be able to do full speed right out of the station. That's a pipe dream. But if we get most of the sharper turns out of the way here, if I keep it at 50, and then come over here, it's going to want me to do a tunnel, really? Okay, it says collision with what? Oh, that is, ugh. That's terrible. Let's drag this back to about the same spot so we don't have, too much nonsense happen. Yeah, that should be a little bit better. I don't mind having grade crossings. The trains obviously don't have to stop there. I just would like to avoid ridiculous earth-moving projects, if at all possible. And that is a little stupid looking, but it's palatable. We can go with that. Okay, so that has made that a viable option here. I removed where this merges, so that should still be okay. We do have a single track for iron, a single track for coal. And we can just keep that. It doesn't really matter which one goes where. But these are going to have to be substantially realigned. That was not a smart choice. Let's let that guy go where he's got to go, because he's going to have to go basically all the way out here to the bridge. Get on the bridge. There we go. Now we can take this whole mess out, both tracks. We'll call that good enough there. Now I've got to have this come here. Coming into the station is always going to be slow, but if I hold myself to about 40, it's probably okay. Yeah. It's not really going to go much faster than that anyhow. That's 41 on the outside track. Then this should just connect directly, nice and simply there. And then we'll pull the same thing over to here. Construction not possible because why? We will redraw that at a time of our choosing. Now, why did I, Oh, that's not connected at all. What? Wait, what? Alright. Game is, angry at me. Okay, does that have any stupid bumps anywhere? No? Okay. Maybe if I draw from this way over. Okay. That should connect nicely. Very good. Alright, so that's that preserved. We will give them a little bit of a helping hand here. Straighten this road out. There we go. Alright, so this routing here, one of them was preserved. That was... What line is this blue color? I wish it would tell me when I zoom in. Steel component supply. Okay. So this should be renamed. This Norfolk right here. We'll call this Steel Foundry. Steel Mill. Okay, we can use the correct term the game uses. So steel component supply, we'll call that Is this the coal one? We'll call it coal supply. If it's not coal supply, then that's on me. Oh. Does it stop here? No, this is the one that goes all the way. Wait, what? Wait, did we have both of these carrying both types? Oh, that's just one line. Oh. Okay. I thought it was all separated. Well, no time like the present to fix that, huh? I wonder if I should, maybe not. That's what it has right now. I'm pretty sure it's 2 trains on one line. Which I guess works, but it's gonna need to be separated. So coal would be here and here. But that would have to be 2 separate. So this is where this gets complicated. Because this is not the correct station length. But if it's not all going to be completely full, because I wish these were closer together. Because I can't really justify having yeah, what the heck? We'll just we could have 4 lines converge into 2, and that would keep this same deal separated here. See, this is how scope creep infects projects and raises cost. It's always the same kind of thing happens here. Alright. This is going to go in like that. And then that can just, you know, merge into this same track here. I don't think I need to quad track the bridge, right? Oh, hello, Devilish. We are currently building a hub station and attempting to reconfigure all of the supply, and so far we've been at this for like this specific task for like an hour. with the game paused. Where was I? Oh, right here. Trying to get this separated correctly here. I probably don't need to have this be 8 long, but why not? Why not? So now that, I don't need to call that Modesto. I need to have my naming scheme correct here. Norfolk Steel Mill, we'll call this Coal Supply. I cannot spell Coal Supply 1. And then this gets renamed Suppy. There you go. Coal Supply 2. This just needs to have a track connect here. And I can have this merge into this second thing, which I guess is fine. Which means this first platform would be the pass-through track for the mess here. So I think this is going to be okay. Oh man, you know what? I feel like I'm going to have to quad track this bridge just for the sake of throughput, because it's not going to want to play nice with this. Well, we have unlimited money. Who cares? Let's quad track the bridge. No rule that says a dog can't play basketball, right? Oh, this bridge hasn't even been updated. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll tell you what we do is we just remove the bridge. Don't you dare get on that bridge. Don't you do it. All right, stop. Make it a red fancy. Oh, the Golden Gate Bridge is going to look ridiculous like this. Can I upgrade this? I don't think I can. Well, we have a chance to change it. We can take a look and see what it looks like, but if it looks stupid, I'm not going to do it. Just forewarning. Okay. So let's just draw this directly here. So this is the default, 56 miles per hour. This will give us 75. You know what? That actually, in this specific circumstance, ooh, that'll go 112 if I upgrade the tracks. Okay. It's expensive, but we'll do it. Because I actually think that looks kind of nice, even though it is very, very, very short to the water. And this should just use the same things, yep. And we will triple track this guy all the way across. And in fact, quad track. Just because I can. Is this the world's most unnecessary, complex thing? Maybe not quite the world's most unnecessary, complex thing, but it might be close. That means this can get rerouted to go to this very outside track here. Slow going onto the bridge, but I guess that is okay. It's not West Texas, you're fine of the elevator. Texas is different, man. So, what we can do is we can have these merge right before the station for the sake of throughput. Yeah, there you go. Love to see a quad track railroad crossing like this. That's awful. Absolutely horrible, but it's fine. So this comes out here. This comes out here. And then, so this approach is going to have to be redone. Because I am going to want this outside one drawn first. And then this one goes in to here. Just to make sure this is set correctly. There we go. So those two go. They will need to have signals, which I will just pop here. I'm not going to need one coming this way because they'll just take whatever track they're supposed to, because I'm going to have that separated out. And then this, well, you know, if... well, we don't have freight that can go that fast anyway, but eventually we might want to upgrade that. Let's have this one go all the way in here. And then we'll have this other track melt into that once we get around to roughly here. Alright, is that completely extra? Yeah, but it's going to look cool, so there you go. Alright, so this platform closest here is going to be for iron ore. And then these others are going to be for this other stuff. So this is going to have 2 pass-throughs, which means this has to be expanded here. So this will be platform 3 and 4. And one of these... wait, no, I don't need a 4th one. I only need the one. Okay. I appreciate you guys sticking with me on this. I know this is not the most exciting thing to watch, but it is very important to get it done correctly. Okay, so now this going in here is a line. This going in here is a line. And I have 2 tracks here. One of them will have to diverge to go to this area, which again will get its own station. And that can just very simply go right here. Get that rotated. You already know the drill. 8 length, even if it's not completely necessary. It's just what we do. We have the cache. Okay. This one also needs to be upgraded. I will just, for the sake of what we are doing, get rid of it completely. And we'll redraw all of our lines as we rebuild stuff. Alright, so once again, where we're going, we don't need roads, and neither do they. That goes away. This gets rotated. And that gets our additional platforms. Okay, so now this needs to be renamed. This is going, not Hollywood West. Iron Ore Mine 1, Iron Ore Mine 2, and that's going to be named after where it's going. So. And that is going to get the same treatment. Alright, now we can draw our tracks in. This will very, very, very easily just go right... Oh, that's high speed. Don't need that. And this can just very easily go here. A little bit more cutting than I would prefer, but that can be adjusted to make it look slightly less stupid. Who cares? We have cash. All right. Now we have to draw the lines again. And there is at least this kind of already existing. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna sell these. They're already very bad condition. We'll just redo it. All right. Still coal supply. I'm just gonna redo it. Nice and simple from scratch. Okay. So, start with the coal. That should... Yep. Be good. We'll call this Norfolk Steel Mill Coal Supply 1. And this, which has not been lengthened, only needs to have lengthened platforms on this one thing. And that will fit there. That's 6. But I'm going to have to modify this again. Fortunately, I hadn't drawn the line yet, but that goes there. Okay. This is why you're supposed to do this before you do anything else. Let this be a lesson. All right, one more here. There we go. Now I just have to have this one thing go all the way through, and I guess I can just, since this is already here. In the event we ever need it, which we probably won't, I just have these lined up nicely so I don't have to worry about it later. All right, now that connecting there says 27. Obviously, that's not going to cut it, so back this out. I know it's probably aggravating to watch me do this, but we'll be okay. So now that gets connected here to here. Is that still 75? Yes, okay. The important thing is that this stays 75, because that's just straight pass-through. Okay. That has remained where it needs to be. This line does not have a station yet. That will go here to here. Not on that track. That needs to be adjusted to platform 3. And then that will have to be adjusted to this platform 3 as well. Or did I just completely biff this? Okay, no, that's right. Maybe it's not platform 3 for this. I don't know. Somehow the platform numbering for this always just completely screws me. Okay. That's what I wanted. All right. So that is to be named. Oh, I spelled the other one wrong. Good. Coal supply 2. Let's fix this. Hello, hello. Hi, how's it going? What are we doing here? We are massively reorganizing all of our cargo infrastructure, trying to build a little bit of a central hub so we can have more efficient distribution, and it's taking a long time. But we're getting stuff done. How does the game work? That's a very good question. I don't know that I'm prepared to answer that. The game works. Unlike Skyrim for Smart Fridge, it actually does work, mostly. Okay, so that's already corrected there. All right, so this now, I'm just being maybe a little bit too anal retentive on this, but once it's actually set up correctly, it's going to be awesome. That's going into the correct thing there. Yep, good. All right, so now our steel mill is set up, standardized, everything is perfect. We're just going to have to get new trains. We have a route going into the hub. Actually, no, we don't. We have to have a route going in here. Okay. Machines. Is that what this was? Pembroke Pines? Yeah. Steel supply just needs to go here. Cool. Let's call this Machines Factory Steel Supply, so we can actually tell what the heck this is. Alright, that's set up correctly. That's good. This station here we can ignore for the time being. Now I have to get the plank supply set up, which theoretically probably should be a separate line. Passenger transport's doing really well. We'll take a look at that after I've fixed this. I already expanded this to 8, which is good because I honestly forgot that I'd done that. Now I need to connect this track to here. Not that one. It needs to go there. I don't know. Yeah, see, I kind of, so we have the tunnel here. I guess I didn't need to delete this. I'm trying to get a little bit more speed out of here. And this is just, maybe objectively not it, as the kids say. This is, that's a big problem. But this can and will get pushed all the way back. This is, oh yeah. Okay, we're pushing this all the way back. We're redoing the bridge. Go on, get out. This also needs to be... You know what? See, this is always what I've ended up doing this entire time, is I just, I don't need to delete the station, but... Oh, I didn't need to get rid of that. But I do need to get rid of this. Oh boy, I got myself into so much trouble with this. This is a primary road connection between two cities. But that doesn't need to be there. And in fact, we can just reroute this around. Let's save us a lot of trouble. That can just completely go away. So this instead, Akron, can just come through here. We will, out of the goodness of our hearts, reconnect the road, even though it's a stupid road. Give them a nice highway to work with. All right, now the big question here is going to be, can this stay here or does it need to move? I do like this being in a straight line here, so I'm going to see. Can I fit? I can, okay. Height-wise, that's probably okay for what we're trying to do. That's fine. I will need the two tracks, not because one's stopping both sides, but that's how we had it done before. Okay, that's set up. Okay, that works. This is next. That has to have, well, it doesn't have to have. Is that not the, okay, never mind. Just sitting over here hallucinating because there's logs on the ground. Okay. That'll go there. I do love that these platforms are different materials because they're different times of the gameplay that we actually built these. Do you know about alternate platforms? You can choose the trains in the lane to choose whatever platform that's free. Why is that not default? I feel like if I do that, I'm going to just spontaneously combust from a mental perspective. So I might just not, but that is a very interesting thing that it allows you to do. See, I don't like this mess, but I guess it's fine. So I wanted this to be a pass through and a stop. I don't have any idea what I'm doing with this, man. I don't have any idea. Alright, this is going to have a, I guess just a parallel track the whole way. Yeah, some of these tunnel portals had messed up tremendously. I guess I'm just going to have this merge in here? Or does it not want to, what kind of... Alright, stop that. Let's just bring that up to here. All the way to the edge of the station. That's fine. We'll give it a little wait for me signal, even though I think trains technically drive on the other side, but I don't want to mess with it. And I probably don't need... Wait, that's going over here, right? No. Where the heck is it going? Oh, it's going over here. Oh, that's why. That's why that was such a big deal, because that was going to be a really sharp turn, and I wanted that to be... Okay, let's draw the track before I get too comfy here. Now, if you're sitting there watching this and you're wondering what the heck's wrong with this guy, yeah, me too. I probably should realign this. I definitely should realign this well. Decisions. I do have a train in the station, which complicates this. But it's also an old, terrible train, so goodbye. These are all just going to go. Okay. Now, I know we just built this, but I am going to remove it just because I think I can align this better. And also, we have $824 million. Don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. So yes, even this little signalized bit here. What the heck is... Really? Okay. There. If I realign this to go this way, even just a tiny, tiny bit, I can get a slightly better angle, or I could have this come around the outside. You know, our favorite thing ever. But then it's not going to line up nicely with this that I specifically had to set up that way. I always forget that it's going to let me do that. 320. Okay. Thank you for reminding me that that was a thing. I completely forgot. So, if this goes here, it will still go across in that same spot, and then, of course, this is going to be annoying to get into, but I think this will be fine. I'm sure it's probably easy, but my brain, unfortunately, does not work that way, and I'm going to have to do it one slow, agonizing piece at a time. But I will give that a look in a moment. By a moment, I mean maybe at some point. I have to be able to figure this out. So this goes to tunnel, really? All the way through here? Alright, whatever. So have this come all the way through here. And then we'll give it a nice, easy path through here. And now that should bridge go right across here. I'm not going to be worried about the road. The road can, you know, solve its own problem if it feels like it. I just need this to come probably curved through here. Let's give it a shot here. That looks absolutely ridiculous, so we're going to stick with this. I don't think I can move this any further this way, so this is going to have to stay right about here. Let's see if this was... yeah, that'll work. So now that I have that in place, if I just go direct from here, whatever is going to allow me to grab without touching the other track, that can be what goes in to this. And then we'll just... yeah, this definitely should have been adjusted, but it's fine. That will work there. And then I just have to double track this. Should be pretty simple here. And then right before we get into this station, we will merge. It's nice and simple like. And this will get a hold signal. I don't think we're going to have more than 2 or 3 trains on this, so I don't think I'm going to have multiple blocks. But just in case, I will have one set up there. I'll have one set up here. And then I'll have one set up there. That should take care of everything. Separates each station into a single block. Okay, I know this is a absolutely arduous, just suffering task to watch. Plank supply. This is what we just spent all this time working on. So that goes from Akron to Pembroke Pines West to here. And that has already automatically chosen that. That is fine. I'm going to rename Pembroke Pines West to Machines Factory. And then Akron needs to be renamed to there. All right, and this line will now need, we're going to have to just reassign trains all in one go, probably. Is it worth it, or is it causing more trouble than it's worth to have occasional crossovers on long dual tracks? I mean, if you signalize them, it's probably fine, because the game is not that dumb about how it chooses to route things, but for the amount of trains we're running right now, which is very low comparatively, I think we're probably okay. I also want to do the challenge, what's the start year and map size? I started in 1900, and I don't remember what the map size is. I think it was large. The very beginning of the first stream, when I loaded the map, will have that. I just don't know it off the top of my head right now. Okay, so the Machines Factory, after 84 years, has been reconnected and stuff. Pembroke Pines is completely disconnected from all of its everything, and that will need to be fixed. But this has been dealt with, and I think we can make this work. They were being supplied very nicely from food, very nicely from machines, but not perfectly. This should help. But instead of going here to Pembroke Pines, it's going here into the hub, and the hub now has to go out to all these other cities. Yeah, so we've disconnected all of our cities. We're just taking stuff into the hubs now. I have to make sure food-wise. So we need one line per city is what we decided, right? One line per city for cargo, and we just have a mixed freight that takes it there. Where was this? Oh, that was building materials. That needs to connect to this track here, which I'm going to reroute to go around the other side of this oil well. So that can come out to where it's coming out of the ground, tunnel-wise. Actually, it can go right here. Probably would be easiest. Just catch up with that, and then wherever this wants to come out, it will come out. Let's check and see what that's going to look like. Okay, that looks ridiculous, but this entire thing being a tunnel here, I don't hate it. I don't completely hate it. I don't really love it, but I guess that's fine. Full speed the whole way anyway. Here I'm watching for the first time. Oh boy, I need to remember my German. Oh, you love trains. Okay, I got you. But welcome to the stream. We haven't really gotten a ton done in the past hour besides just, you know, rerouting stuff to try and start using a hub. But hopefully, before too long, we'll have this set up nicely. So I'm kind of conflicted here because these are so far away from the factory, and this already is going all the way down here. I think I'm going to leave these two cities alone because they're so close to this. But everything else going to the hub, I say as I go not to the hub, should still be fine, because then from here, this can go to Birmingham, it can go to Vancouver, it can go to Billings, and go to Indianapolis. Everybody wants building materials, man. We're not going to have enough building materials to go along. But oh, this is awful. This is terrible here. Let's yeah, we'll just have this go over the track. I think that should be fine. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. I want this to be going over the track. Not, no. 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 Wait, do I even need to connect this? I probably should. Although generally you want to eliminate grade crossings if you can. So guess what this becomes now? That goes away. And instead... Well, we don't have passenger rail connecting that yet. Yeah, see, this doesn't actually connect to anything else. Well, if there's no direct connection, then they're going to have to take the train. We'll worry about that later. I don't think we need to be particularly concerned with that yet. Okay, so Birmingham currently is still connected to the tool factory. But we need this tool factory connection to go into the hub, because there's other cities that want that. So, this is an absolute rat's nest of nonsense here that I do not like. I honestly don't know if I have the patience to do another one of these today, so maybe we'll just have to leave that as it is for now. But I do think we need to make sure all these lines are connected and that they all have trains, which is an entirely different can of worms. Oh boy. Let's start with the food. So that is going to be hopefully all down here. North food, food. What was this called? Food processing plant. Okay, so that's this right here. That's that right there. That's that right there. I need this light yellow line, which is... Oh, that's hub. It starts with hub. Hub food supply. So let's focus on this. Starting with the hub food supply. There is no train for the hub food supply, as one would expect. These tracks do not all connect, and depots do exist that do have trains, but they're all really bad. So I'm just going to say, let's sell them all and just start over. I have a depot here that will connect to this track. Will connect to this other one if I have tracks. So if we just do one at a time and are smart with how this connects, then we should have an opportunity to make all this actually work. I'm just doing this for the sake of actually having connections here. It's not going to be pretty. It just has to work. Too much curvature. All right, well, there you go. All right, so this one train depot, nothing in it, will connect all of our food stuff. You take a look here, the production is 200. So we need to be able to hold everything that this can produce in the time that it's going to take to go back and forth. But the first furthest away train for us to do is going to be hub to the food factory. So let's design one for that. Make sure we're the correct one. Okay. Now, it is 1943. We have all these steam locomotives. We have these two electric ones. We don't have rolling stock that can go any faster than 50 miles per hour, so this really doesn't matter. But we're going to want something that can haul a lot of stuff all at once, because this is a hub thing. I don't think it's a bad idea if we're just going to have one big hub train for us to have the Milwaukee thing here. So 116,000 pounds and 2 pounds of tractive effort is pretty stinking impressive. We can go for, what did we say we're going to do? 156 capacity. I know this is 20 million bucks, but this is going to hold a whole lot of stuff. So, if that is going to go on the hub food supply, then I'm pretty sure that will be able to take care of everything we want to take care of. So now, oh, I forgot we have this train here. Bye-bye. Not anymore. All right. Let's follow this guy. Just because we can. Give my brain a chance to reboot here. Don't worry, all these ugly extra tracks are going to go away. So this just has to change over to whatever it needs to do. So now it's going to the central hub station. Okay, so I'm looking at OBS and it says I've dropped 10,200 frames, or 2% of what we've done so far. Has it looked bad? Because like this game just does this. If it hasn't looked bad, then I'm going to ignore it. But if it has, then I guess I'm going to have to mess with my settings again. But I think it's probably okay. Now, if I judged my length correctly, this should still have plenty of room to spare. Oh yes. I don't think we're ever going to have more than that. So we're going to call this Hub Food Express. And we can move on. Now we just need to supply that. I'm going to pause this so cities don't get super angry at me. So now we have these three. Each needs something to do. Before this train gets back through this central area, well, I guess it shouldn't really affect anything because they're going to be different paths anyhow. We probably don't need to have super full-length trains on all of these, but I'm probably just going to make them all the same anyway, so I don't have to, you know, worry about it. Now, this is really overkill for a short thing like that, and they're very expensive, so we are going to go back to our Steam. But we want something with attractive effort. And this is 13 million bucks. This is actually more than running this guy. So we don't need to be doing that. The Mikado is only 1,600 horsepower and can only go 50 miles an hour. But that's what the rolling stock does, so that's going to be fine. And they just need gondolas. Let's have them be able to do... Oh, I guess... I mean, I have the length to do 98. Let's give that a shot. And let's put that on our food supply, or our farm. Let's call it Farm 1. And we just have to have this make its way over there. Yeah. You want machines? Get over it. Yeah, it hasn't dropped any more frames in the past couple minutes since I noticed it, so hopefully that is going to remain the case. Oh, we got the big boy. That's an expensive one, though. 81 miles per hour. All right. Again, we still have plenty of length for this, but I'm more interested in what the farms can actually supply. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the hub, all things considered. I mean, I've not done one of these before, so I always knew it was going to be kind of an experimental thing anyway. Alright, so how much is this going to fill up? Okay, not quite 63, so there's still a couple unfilled cars. I'm gonna stay with this. Let's be smart. Let's name our trains. So this is going to be Harrison North, Food Farm. There you go. Now, I don't want to duplicate this on the line. I want to duplicate the vehicle and then reassign it to another line. But this cannot be what line it goes on. Oh, I have to remember how to do this. Come on. Okay, this has to go to farm 2, and this has to go to farm 3. They do still have to come out of the depot, so I'm hopeful that this can, you know, sort itself out in a way that's going to make sense. As long as I have this set up correctly, which I think it should, because this shouldn't ever need to come east of the station here. So as soon as this goes on to its own deal, that should be okay. Alright, so that's going up to the second farm. This one's coming out, should go to this very bottom platform, and then I think we're going to be good. Okay. Looking strong now, looking good. Okay, dropping frames again here. Oh, I think that's my, might be my Wi-Fi, actually. I really don't want to run Ethernet in the attic in August. Please don't make me do that. But I think this is good. Obviously, the shipment number has gone way down, and it's going to downgrade itself, but that is something we can fix at that point in time. So, I'm going to call this done, food supply-wise. We just need to rename these vehicles here. So, I don't have to open this to do it. And then we can just upgrade these instead of continually replacing them because I don't know what they're called. Alright. Food farm's done. That only took us... I'm on... I think it's Wi-Fi 7? I don't know. This board will do Wi-Fi 7. I don't know that my access point will. It's just whatever Comcast gave me. Okay, so this eventually will be storing food, but it has to have somewhere for that food to go. But before we mess with that, we need to make sure everything is going in correctly. Let's take a look at our hub fuel supply. I don't think it has any I don't think it has any trains on it. It does not. I guess we're going to see which trains are orphaned when we get there, but this needs to have a train on it. There is not a depot directly connected to it. This line no longer exists. This was our previous train. I think we can safely sell this and move on. That can go away, which means that can go away, that can go away, that can go away, and that can go away. It's easier to just rebuild it somewhere else. I don't have a... You know what? If I'm smart about it, I probably could just build one... No. I'm not going to cause myself to have to commit thinking if I don't have to. Alright. That'll go there. It's connected, right? Okay. Hub train, as we've decided, could be this guy, but I want to check out what the big boy does, because big boy's cool. So this is $12.5 million bucks, a little over $2 million a year. Look at, my God. 17, so this is substantially more expensive, but has attractive effort of 135,000. Yeah, so if you have a tremendous need for motive power, then, well, big boy is a big boy. No, you don't need to send me anything. I honestly just never bothered to upgrade it because it always worked fine. But it's specific instances, and it could also just be my computer and the location of the house, because you have to go through walls and ceilings and all that. Oh, networking scares me. Like, not from a I'm afraid of it perspective, but from a I don't know that I understand it well enough to do it correctly perspective. Yeah, I mean, I was going to go in the attic and do insulation so the air conditioner worked a little bit better, but it's 140 degrees up there, and also insulation's expensive. And I don't want to put the fiberglass stuff in there because fiberglass is awful. So I want to go get that that rock wool, the fireproof stuff. because that's a little bit more compact for the amount of insulative value it has. But that's really expensive. Like, to do the whole attic with that would be like $10,000-$15,000, which I do not have. If I do decide to upgrade stuff, I will probably reach out. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't think that's in the. I don't even do tarot. Why do I say in the cards? It's an expression, but I don't think it's something I can get to right now. But if you send me a message, I will almost certainly forget. So if you can remember to like remind me the next time this comes up, that might be better. Because my DMs are a graveyard. Like, if anybody, it doesn't really matter who it is. Like, people I talk to all the time, their stuff gets buried. But I would recommend not. Unless I know in advance and I'm looking for it, and I remember to look for it, then it's probably just going to get lost. I don't know if this route's going to be profitable enough to run a big boy, but I kind of want to. We'll stay with this for now. I do want to put a big boy in something, though. So let's go for 204 capacity. I know this can fit. Let's just run that. Let's call this Hub Fuel Express. And that will go on the Hub Fuel Supply. Hopefully that's not too long. Big boys for the supply chains to the towns. Yeah, those are going to be long distance for some of those. And they will definitely make the money back. All right, so that's done. I don't need to worry about that. I just wanted to make sure that it would connect correctly. Reminder that this we have not messed with, and this is... well, if it's not going to, deliver fuel to these clowns, then it's probably fine. But also, this is so close here. I feel like it would be such a waste to have it go all the way to the hub. I don't know. We'll just leave that alone. But I need to make sure I had that set up because all these other cities are going to be demanding it, including Birmingham. So, next up, we have to make sure that the machines are going correctly. I don't have a train to do this yet. We will do that. But I need to make sure this is set up right here. So this is Pembroke Pines. I have most of those set for PP distribution. Line contains 2 fuel stations. Yeah. Okay, so this is the actual town. I can get... Oh, there's a vehicle on it, really? Okay. This guy just gets sold. Now I can... Because I don't need to have a line that goes nowhere because that's just confusing. All right. Plank supply. This, we just double-tracked. I don't think there's still a vehicle on it. There is not. Okay. So that is something we probably need to go ahead and take care of. Because of how this is set up here, I think the easiest thing for us to do is going to be just pop in one of these here and then connect straight up. Too much slope. Oh, okay. That is very fair. That is too much slope. If I were a train, I wouldn't want to do that either. Do not blame you. Which hotkey was it for? There we go. We'll just do that. Now is that too much slope? Good. Now I can use this to handle all of our nonsense getting this here. So that will be... Because we already did that guy, but this steel into here does not have a train assigned to it. So the plank distribution is going to have to be probably 2 trains. And that is going to be, I believe, 2 different types. Oh, no, never mind. It's just flat cars. That's all electrified. I don't know if we can justify the operating expense of the big electric locomotive, though. Definitely not the big boy for that one. I'm just going to go for the 282 Mikados here again. Let's do... Because we have the super long boys here. But they don't have the... I don't remember those stats being there. They don't have the capacity, tractive effort-wise, to really pull this. So if I go up to class 9000, oh yeah, that's twice as much tractive effort. But the cost to operate per year is higher than this guy. So I guess that's what we're going to do. Just go back to this. And since we have the super long things, if I make these 204, and I'm going to have to have two of those. Okay, what did I call this? Who cares? Plank supply 1. Plank supply 2. Wait a second. Did I name the line? That must be other planks. Oh, that's the other one over there. Okay. This is why it's important to know what you're doing here. Let's set that. Have this guy go all the way out, and then I will send the second one. We are going to be hemorrhaging cash for a while until everything catches back up, but I think it's going to be fine. Alright, so once that one gets, I guess, to that station, maybe a little past it, we can send this other one out. I'd try to get these spaced apart correctly. That one train is absolutely flipping out. That's fine. Alright, so that's past that guy there. Send that guy out. Then we'll have to have... Honestly, I probably should have just made the same train for the steel. Yeah, $750 million to just light on fire. You love to see it, huh? Alright. Same deal. Because that's what the steel can just... do I have, what, 200 capacity on that? Okay, and that is going to be... Hopefully, I did that correctly. That's not what that line is named. What's it named? It's pink. Ah, Machines Factory Steel Supply. Okay. Well, that's fine. Hello, hello. We are attempting to completely overhaul all of our train stuff because I'm sending a bunch of materials into the hub, or I'm supposed to be. But it's not storing anything because there's no demand quite yet. Concord Fuel Refinery closes in 181 days. Again, I have to figure out where that is. It's in Concord. Alright, where's that? Oh, that's all the way up here. Oh, that's on the corner of the map. I'm never going to use that. That's fine. I know people want to see the passenger stuff. We'll get to that in a second. I need to make sure this is correct. Oh, I've never seen this before. Complain about following interrupted street connections. Well, you're just going to have to take the train. I hate it when that happens. Okay, I knew those were broken. I knew that was broken. No path. Okay, yeah. That's because it doesn't. Okay. My brain is trying so hard. Do I have trains on these lines? I don't think I do. Have I? No, I don't even have a depot. Alright, so we're going to do the same kind of deal here that we did. Easiest thing to do probably is going to be to just pop a depot in at the end here. Get that hooked up like so. And then we're going to make four... caps lock is not a key in this game. 4 identical trains. It's the easiest way to do it. See, I hate to just automatically go to these guys, but they're good. They're good. We're going to need it. So, gondolas for all of this. For the supply of the materials, at least. And then the the actual steel itself. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, no. We're good. We're good. Oh man, my brain is starting to go on me here. So if I make each one of these 200 capacity, is that extra to spend $88 million on this exact mess here? Probably. But that is Norfolk Steel Mill. We'll just, yeah. Let's see, iron 1, iron 2. I can't talk and type at the same time because my brain decided it doesn't want to do it anymore. There. So now I just have to assign those correctly, and they should all be able to go at the same time. Okay, which one did I hit? Coal 1? Okay. And then they'll just go out in sequence from each other. I scrolled right past it. There we go. Alright, now this should be all of these just beautifully going out this way. Gotta spend money to make money, yep. Have a nice nap. But at the rate we are losing money, we're going to have something connected sooner. It's going to go real bad. Because there is a limit to the amount of debt you can take out in this game. And I think it's 30 million. So as long as I've done this correctly, I really hope that's the case. Okay, it sent them out in a different order than what I did. All right, that's fine. Oh, time for a nap for me? No, when I finish with this, I got to go get food. I had a little snack before I started, but Birmingham now to... Wait, what do you mean? We already had that set up. This hasn't changed, right? Okay. Well, anyway, point being, this steel is now taken care of. Planks taken care of. Machines factory should now be able to make machines just as soon as the steel gets done. Can you raise the debt ceiling? No, unfortunately, the people in this game are, common sense. So, I have to have the central hub station now go to at least one of these towns that demand stuff. We have fuel, theoretically, coming in. We are about to have machines coming in. We technically have food that can come in, and that is running, the Hub Food Express. And building materials, once I get that line hooked back up, will be going in here. So let's take a look at tool production loop is... That's not the right one. Building materials. Building materials. Birmingham building materials probably can just be changed to go from that instead to the hub, and it'll automatically reroute. There we go. That's going to be hub building mats supply. What did I name the other ones? Yeah, okay. So San Diego, instead of being named San Diego, is going to be renamed to Building Mats San Diego. Okay. So these are still being supplied. That's fine. Now this has to reroute to the hub for building materials, and we've solved that problem. Now this is where this is going to get interesting. Because I have to have all of these things coming in through here. Tool supply going to Birmingham, I'm pretty sure is still operating. Yeah, that's an unnamed train. That's fine. We're going to leave that alone for the time being. No, we're not. No, we're not. I can't be a liar. We have to fix this. That's what I said I was going to do. So this is a mess. But before I upgrade this, because I said I was going to do it, not today. This track is so weird, man. All I have to do is just hook this up in here. It'll be very, very simple, very easy to do. So that's 75 miles an hour. Full speed merge. Is it going to let me, can it let me do that? Well, 60 will be close enough. Unless I can get it to go a little bit more. There we go. There we go. All right. So now, because this train has not yet departed from there, let's go to Birmingham Tool Shuttle. And instead of going here, it's going to go to the hub. So now this is Hub Tool Supply. So now we have tools, fuel, bread, and building materials, which is what Birmingham wants, all going to the hub station. This track no longer needs to exist, which I probably should have deleted first anyway, but this will work for now. I say as I just fix it anyway. Okay. All right. That means this goes away. We're going to need to use that at some point. So now there are no tracks, freight-wise, coming in to Birmingham. This station does not have to stay here. This could go somewhere else. In fact, I'm going to just completely take this out. Construction is not possible because they're a bunch of cowards. Now it's possible. Alright, so this has been completely removed. This road does not need to be here. So guess what? This tunnel doesn't technically need to be here like this, because we can have this station go anywhere else. But this is already centrally located. I don't think it's that big of a deal. We also kind of don't need to have this many tracks here. And we've learned a lot about station building in the time since we placed that in. So if I do a cargo terminus station and I move it anywhere else, it's going to have some problems here. But now that we know how this works, I think we have an opportunity to come in here as close as I can, which is right about here. And we can connect this station with this length. 2 tracks is going to be fine. We can connect this station with this length to a couple of other streets by extending stuff in. So if that's going to be a regular medium street, that can just go there. That can go there. And all we have to do is go into the station building, cargo buildings. We can do some side buildings here and here that will connect there. And now, as this expands, it'll be able to access all of that stuff. So hopefully that that satisfies you guys. Make it 1 track and it should fit. Now it's fine. You never know when you're going to want to have 2 tracks, in case you want to have like another train between 2 cities. Or I come back in and I change this to a passenger track and we have an intercity over here to Paterson. Might be a smart thing to do. I love the music for this game. It's kind of cheesy, but in a good way. So now I have to have a track going here to here. But before I do, I need to make sure that there's not another production I'm going to have to pipe in here. So we have building materials all the way from up here. We have machines coming from here. We have food coming from here. We have fuel coming from here. That's the 4 things currently going into the hub. Here, 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 and here. The only other things we could produce down here are these packages, the goods, which also uses steel that we are producing over here, but we'd have to have another steel mill somewhere. There is one down here. There's a goods factory here, but I don't think there's enough unique industry. Oh, here's a chemical plant for making plastic. That might actually be useful. If it starts going away, we're going to have to hook it up. But I think point I'm trying to make is I don't need any other intake to the hub station from this side, because there's some of these all over the map. So that means I now have tracks available on the right side here. I have two. I have one here and one on this side that I can use to connect to towns. If I want to go over here to Patterson, well, I'm not going to even try to invent the correct pronunciation for this anymore. This track here for the tool supply can go to this. It's gonna be weird, a little bit, but I think it's gonna make much more sense to do it this way. So that'll go there. This now is gonna have a chance to go all the way up here, and then connect to this same station, or we put a station somewhere else. This is a terminus station I turned into a through station, and we have this coming up this way, but this no longer connects to anything on the north side of town and doesn't need to exist. So we take that out completely. The town might actually like that, not going right through the center of it, if all of the supply is coming from down here, which should help heal things. Passenger-wise, though, they're probably going to want a separate station for that. And I believe that would be the best course of action based on how this has been done so far. So I have fuel coming in directly from here, which theoretically we shouldn't have to do anymore. If we're going to have a single mixed freight coming from here. We do have all of these items being brought into here, I think. So this is 4 different items. This is 4 different items, but I only have 5 tracks. Look, I'm trying. My brain is it's working. It's working hard. It's trying. So where's my 5th one then? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 5. All right. No, this is the 5th one. No, this is the 5th one. I never. Okay, God. Anyway, this is fine as it is. I just don't have a long enough platform here. And that's going to be a problem. Okay, what is this? That's fuel refinery loop. So that honestly can just go here to here and be fine. Yeah, and you can put more platforms on the bottom of the hub. I'm just trying to keep things roughly set up. Oh, you know what would probably make more sense? See, this is where this gets dangerous. I get ideas, and you know what happens when that happens. I think since we don't have passenger stuff coming through here anyway, it's probably going to make more sense to have this be a side station and just eminent domain a whole bunch of houses here. Because I don't have anything going. All right, you know what? No, we're just going to start over. This station doesn't need to exist because this. Oh God, I really did it now, huh? Absolutely just made a whole huge mess of it. All right. Collision with the road. Okay, take that out. This entire half a town just got absolutely walloped. But if this is set up here, this will reach all of the available stuff. That can just be a stub at the end here for stuff, but I'm going to want to have passenger going to Norfolk right there. Yeah, you know what? That's fine. I just have to make sure I get my tracks out of here, and then I can reconnect all of the... See, I don't really need 2. I'll just take the 1 track for right now, but I do have to reconnect the roads. Okay, that can go there. That's fine. Can't go through here, but that's okay. We're going to have this connected on this other side as well. Let's give ourselves a station. I'm going to make this other platform a passenger platform. I think that's going to be better use. I have to have a platform there, of course. Okay, passenger building. Main building here. Okay, that'll work. 150 passengers doesn't fit. The salami lid won't fit. I'll tell you what. I should build the town to the whims of the railroad, not the other way around. So if that goes right in the middle, nice big passenger station. We can also put a cargo station next to it. I'll just go right next door, and then that'll help other stuff get popped in. And I can fit a smaller building for actually no, they can still connect to that. That's fine. Okay, so this will end up being a regular street here. We can have a little bit of a ooh, that looks terrible. Never mind. It's going to be easiest to just have this go through here. I can live with that for now. So that still gets everything connected. This reaches basically the entire town. And I have a track here that needs to be connected. So now I think what I probably should do is change which platform and which track the fuel train goes to. Because that's just going to make... It's going to make more sense that way. These alternate platform things, I know it's probably easy, but I don't think I can figure that out. Not right now. So, this train is going out that way. Once it gets past this curve here, then I'm going to change this track. I'm just going to rebuild it. So it has a slightly different alignment. Oh, now they want food. All right. So I can have this come in right next to... I actually didn't want that to merge yet. Right next door. So that's going to be our thing there. We'll take this all the way to about right here. And then get these separated. Okay, so that is now the track for those people. And this is going to have to become the track for the fuel delivery, which is still on the correct thing. All right. Now let's check our hub fuel supply. Could not connect to all stations. Central hub station now going to have to be track 5. There we go. Okay. That works. That has been fixed. Now, these clowns are going to have to... they're going to have to be the first ones that get the mixed freight going in. Yeah, okay. See, I thought this was going to be easier than it ended up being. Alright, let's just get this connected and move on with our lives. Alright, so they need fuel, tools, food, and machines. So we have to have stuff that can carry all of that. Fuel, obviously, tank cars. I don't know what their capacity needs are going to be, so I'm just going to go with that. They wanted tools, which go in a boxcar, and machines and food also go in boxcars. So let's just go for 6 of those, 2 for each type. And then power, we decided we wanted the big boy, but big boy might be a little bit much for this. I still kind of want to do it. Just because big boy's awesome. So that will go there. This will be Paterson Mixed Freight Express. All right. We also have to have a line to do this. So start at the hub and go to Peterson. And this is going to be Peterson Mixed Freight Express. Name it Bob's. Oh, Bob's Big Boy. All right. Now we have to assign this. There it is. Okay, that's definitely the same steam whistle sound, but that's okay. Look at the majestic glory of this thing. That is sweet. I cannot wait until we get our faster freight cars, but because this is going to be connected to all of the stuff that it actually wants, we should see this start to be... Oh, I wanted that to be pinned. There we go. So now we should see this start to fill up once everything gets produced in here. But unfortunately, it doesn't have all the materials yet because it wasn't calling for it. So we do have to just kind of wait for this to do its own thing. All right. Yeah, see now the mixed... I almost said Mixed Fruit Express. Mixed Freight Express is slowly accruing materials. Just going to have to get a little bit of time to filter in. Oh, we've been going 3 hours. Wow. Here we go. We're starting to get some stuff going up here. We got food. I hope these demands don't go away and change just because they're not going to get them in the next 5 seconds. That would make me extremely angry. Yeah, we'll do Birmingham in a second. My brain operates on a one-track mind. Unfortunately, the rest of these trains are kind of slow, so this first one out here is only going to have this very small amount of stuff on it, but it will actually be operating, and this has more fuel. I don't know why it's only 24, but maybe that's because we don't have everything else connected yet. These are pinned, so they're going to stay where they are. This now has to be connected Birmingham-wise. So that is going to be this last track here. It is very exceedingly stupid the way that this is laid out. Yes, I am perfectly aware. Oh, that's awful. That's terrible. But it's fine. Life goes on. Let's just get this, I guess, as far out as we can, probably. Okay, that looks a lot better. And the minimum speed is only 55 right next to the station. That'll work. All right. I am going to pause this because I am afraid of all these towns changing their minds again. All these stupid idiots. See? See, this is this is what happens. All right. Oh, Birmingham did the same thing. All right. Well, I knew I shouldn't have done that. I mean, it's fine. It'll work out eventually anyway, but that is annoying. Like, it'll just automatically select what it wants. Birmingham, because I'm a glutton for punishment, will receive a big boy. What do they want now? Fuel and tools. So that there, tools go in a boxcar. They previously wanted machines, and they wanted building materials, and they wanted food. So, if I give them that, 2 more for those, and then building mats, one of those, let's call that the Birmingham Mixed Freight Express. It needs to have a line for that. That line needs to be named there. Go in here. And just let that be what it's got to be. Might have something to do with evicting half the town. Look. Sometimes stuff just happens, right? They'll get it figured out. But if they start demanding some insane crap I can't make, I'm going to be actually kind of mad. But it's fine. See, they don't have any. Wait, why do I not have any steel? Did I do this wrong? Did my trains get stuck? See, I thought I had this. I thought I had this figured out. Okay, you are in the wrong spot. You need to go back to the depot. Oh, there's no... Wait, what? Okay, hold on. There's no electric path to the depot? I know for a fact that's not right. Unless... No, see, that's all set up. Is there one of these tracks... See, these all have catenary on them. Is there one of these station tracks that doesn't have anything? No, that's got catenary everywhere. What about up here? Man, this did this to me before too, and I couldn't figure out what the problem was. Okay, tools. Oh, it's this. Alright. That's fine. But this is stuck. So this one here... See, this is why this hadn't been working, is because nothing can get in here because this guy's on the wrong track. But this can't cross over unless it has a crossover. So I know someone's going to have something to say about that. Like, oh, you should build a crossover. How am I going to need one of those? All right. I don't know that there's going to be a way for me to get these connected here. That's really aggravating. Okay. Okay, that just has to go to the depot. I must have missed clicking on that. But once that's in the depot, these trains can do their thing, and then this can get unmessed up. Okay, steel iron 1 for Norfolk here. So now it should... Oh, New York got a fuel refinery, huh? Okay. All right. Birmingham still hasn't decided what else they want. Turntable would be great. That's fine. Fix that line. Fix which line? Man, what the heck is... Is this another one of those... This did this to me before. Said no path electric, but all of this is electric that I built this entire stream. Every last bit. So why is there no path electric? Where is this train trying to go? Because that is here. Yeah, what? There is a path. All right. So that goes here, here, all the way down here. Yeah, what gives? It should absolutely have an electric path. I think it's on the wrong platform. No. It's on the right platform. This one doesn't have a bridge connected to it. That is the source coming from the quarry here. This has what it needs. You don't think it's on that line? I'm looking at it. It's right here. This is the train that says it has no path. Well, I'm just going to sell it. And we are going to have, I guess, another train to come up on this. Because right now this isn't doing what it needs to be doing. Jeez, what a pain. I don't know, man. So this probably needs to be separated onto its own deal, and I know I didn't want to have... Yeah, I can't figure out why it would do that. It didn't say waiting for path, which it would have if this guy was responsible. But what the heck am I supposed to do with this? Alright, well, regardless, this still needs to have a train on it. And it needs to be hooked up. I know this is not a great way to have this laid out. See, I was trying to avoid having to redo a whole bunch of stuff. Alright. I guess no time like the present, huh? So that is... It was already 6, it just needs to be 8. Just bring this in here. Alright, so that's all electrified still. I guess it probably makes sense for us to have this be a completely separate track. Just for the sake of what we're attempting to do here. So if this gets removed and that becomes just its own track entirely, that's probably for the best. Then this gets connected direct there. That can get redone so it can stay full speed. There we go. So then that line is going to go on its own platform right here, which should not share a platform with anything else, which means the supply deal needs to have its own track up at the very top, which requires its own platform. Yeah, there's probably a better way to do it, but it's fine. It is what it is. Let's give them a little bit... Oh, collision, huh? 10 items, 40 items... Okay. That's still not going to work? Alright. We don't need roads. Get this out of here. Now I get to redo this entire thing here. Large main... What do you mean it's still colliding? Alright, whatever. Fine. We'll just put a regular medium building here. And just stack it up with these guys. Make sure this is connected, which I guess still has to have a road. It's fine. So those all have their own thing here. This can get... reconfigured to go to that. What in the heck is this? Come on, man. Really? Well... Is that a road going anywhere? No. That road needs to go away. Don't need to have that connected to absolutely anything. Let's just get that mess out of here. Alright, I know. I know. I'm trying desperately to get something accomplished. So I feel like if it's going to commit to being a tunnel, it can commit to being a tunnel for longer, but whatever. Alright, now I've got to redo my lines. This is quarry supply. Building mats now goes to platform 4. Okay, now I'm dropping frames again. Alright, So that has been fixed. I need... Where's my hub building mat supply? That's the one that had to be reconfigured. So that now goes to the new track 1. Okay. Everybody else is good. So that should fix building materials, provided I have a train for them, which I don't. And I don't want to mess with it. So this will just go here, get connected to that same track. And you know the deal. We've done this a bunch of times. Building material supply, to actually take the finished stuff, construction materials, goes on flat cars. It will get the 204 capacity because, sure, why not? Big expensive. We're going to call this Building Material Express until I have some other thing to name it. And then hub, building material supply. Alright, so out that goes. Shouldn't have any problems doing that. Just going to have to take its sweet time. Birmingham has not decided what else it wants, but doesn't have any fuel? Is the fuel not able to... Why does this not have... Okay, that's the Paterson one. That's fine. This is the fuel supply one, right? Okay. This isn't working. Alright, I'm going to hit pause real quick. Really funny to listen and watch this quote-unquote slow, because I've mostly watched the VODs and they've been watched on 1.5 times speed. Yeah, I highly recommend watching VODs on a faster speed. I'm nonetheless happy to see you back after definitely deserved and needed break, but gotta go. Wish you all a pleasant evening, morning, midday, wherever you might be. Sorry I didn't read that when you were still here, but appreciate it, Big Louie. Is the fuel loop still fueling? I hope so. It is not. Oh, no. I forgot that this has to... Okay. This is still trying to get to... That just needs to go here to here. That's a huge blunder. But now that's been fixed. That's why there was no fuel anywhere. Sheesh. I would never have guessed that that's what was going on. Okay, well. Side stack. There you go. I think it's supposed to be stakes. But once we get fuel here, this should hopefully get back to where it was. Sheesh, what a mess, huh? I think all we have to do now is just, you know, kind of wait. I'm going to pin this. There. Not as big as getting involved in a land war in Asia. You got that right. Oh, now New York wants construction material. Look, you're going to have to pick your battles, dude. New York will be easier to supply with one of these, but It has its own machine supply right now, which I guess we probably should take to the hub. Oh, supply line audits makes my brain hurt. Hopefully this can actually, you know, supply stuff. I'm not very confident that this is working. Okay, shipments have absolutely... Man, see, this is what happens when I try to do stuff the right way. Why is this not... no Did I do a stupid... Okay. Hub tool supply doesn't exist. No, it does. But it couldn't connect the stations because Vancouver, no. Okay, that's weird. This absolutely cannot be allowed to exist like this. Oh, and I said I didn't want to do it. Central Hub Station. Oh, that's still on the wrong... Wow. Man. Okay, well that solves that problem. Maybe. Okay, what the heck? Oh, no, this doesn't need to exist. This tool shuttle can't get here anymore. So this train doesn't need to exist. This track doesn't need to exist. Okay. I need to just sell this. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. All of this, every last bit, is done. What a... Yeah. Insert your favorite word here. So this track on this... Well, this whole station doesn't need to exist, but... It's fine. Okay. Now... there we go. Now this guy can finally... Man. It's okay. It's okay. We're fixing it. This is why we're doing this way. Well, hopefully very soon, this will all get Charlie Foxtrotted. Pembroke food distribution. Okay, we need to take care of that. Birmingham fuel shuttle no longer exists. That line doesn't have any vehicles. Okay, then that line can go away. Tool shuttle, no vehicles, line can go away. Alright, that has solved that problem. Pembroke food distribution has a train on it that is just trying its best. There's a train on crack in Pembroke Pines. A man has fallen into the river in Lego City. I don't even know if that's still a meme. Goodbye. And then Pembroke food distribution also needs to go goodbye. Okay, so Pembroke Pines has been completely disconnected from everything. But it will need to be connected to a distribution thing, and I didn't leave any... I should have left a couple things here. I don't know. Can I add platforms? No, I can't. Okay. I was going to say, you know what? That would be really cool if I could do that, but doesn't seem like it. All right, we have fuel coming in. That's a good sign. I have tools waiting to be brought over. Supplier quality is your life. Well, I'm glad you're here to help me with that then. Are you an industrial engineer? That's like the only field of work I know that is directly involved with process optimization. Alright, so Mix Express going to Peterson. It's got the fuel. We've got... We're supposed to have food coming in. There's no shipment occurring. Did I... Okay. See, here we go again. We need the hub food supply to be audited. Where is hub food supply? We have the hub food express, which is currently doing nothing. Aerospace auditor. Okay. Fancy. So this has absolutely nothing in it. But I thought we had this set up so that I had food coming in. Maybe it's just not enough food coming in. Because it says no shipment, or it's because none of the cities served by this are currently demanding food. That's probably what it is. Yeah, none of the cities served are demanding food. That has to be what's happening. Well, we are sending fuel, and we should be sending tools in just a moment. Yeah, there's tools on this bad boy. And this, I guess, now can be the... sure, tool supply express. I don't even remember what I named these stupid things. Let's see. Hub food supply... Hub Food Express, Hub Tool Express. That's what we're going to call it. Okay. Best part of my job is that I can't tell anyone how to fix it. I just have to tell them what they're doing wrong. Oh, yeah, they probably hate you. But, hey, you're doing your job and you're making stuff better, so... As long as you can get past the initial, like, you know, angry people at the location just saying, I hate you because you make my job harder, then you know what you're doing matters. Alright, so Birmingham freight already left, but now we're cooking. Now we're getting some stuff done. So the food situation isn't going to improve until one of these cities demands food. We have Pembroke Pines that's demanding food and machines. It's the only one that currently is doing so, so let's figure out... Hello. Back again for Live Train Nerdum. I don't know how much longer we're going to go. Maybe, I don't know, another half hour or so. I'm going to have dinner at some point, but we need to redo a whole bunch of this. I don't think we need to have the super long thing going on here. This, okay, this does not need to exist because this only goes to this farm that is not being used. So if I get rid of this mess, it's going to make things just a little easier for our trains and clean this up quite nicely. Don't get rid of the tracks. There we go. How did I do that? There we go. Okay. So this station, as it stands, connects most of what we're looking for here. The actual industrial demand is through the middle of this. And currently, this is the machines factory. I could just have a thing going direct from the machines factory to Pembroke Pines, but I decided that we're not going to do that. New trains at 1950. That's just a guess. I'm actually not sure. But I do need to have a direct train from Pembroke Pines all the way to the hub station. And currently, I don't really have a good way of getting another train in here. But we don't have to have a separate track for every single thing that goes on. I just have to be able to utilize platforms when they are available. And I think that's where that alternate platform mess comes in. But the easiest way for us to connect is probably going to be to come through here. I think I could make it go underneath based on elevation here, but see, passenger stuff's going to get complicated. I don't need to worry about passenger stuff yet. We can just completely get rid of that station, not worry about it, and start out with a brand new one. It can be a cargo terminus just because it's going to one place. But for that to be a thing, I need to have good access to absolutely everything, and that's, I mean, this one was fine. I only need one track. So if I were to do, see, that it just doesn't quite reach everything, and I don't want it to be that level. Can you have a road by the hub and put a different station on the other side? I don't know if they'll share materials between different stations. I don't think that's how it works. Wait. No, that totally does. Okay, now this is dangerous here. Okay, because I've got Paterson and Birmingham connected like this as is. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got so many cities up here. I am going to need more stuff. So, See, now the problem is, now you got me thinking about this in a way that I maybe shouldn't be. But I'm going to try to get these connected here. Let's take that out. Let's try to do... Okay, so that's not quite far enough. Not quite far enough. Let's remove this and go just a tiny bit further. Okay, so large... Oh, that was too far. How in the heck did that happen? Okay, well... The fun thing about this is it's completely modular, so you can just kind of keep expanding, extending whatever. And whatever works, and then you just delete what doesn't. Okay, that... If it connects, would be tremendous. Actually, this one needs to have this middle bit replaced with a large main building. And now this might connect better there. Not quite. Not quite. That's also not going to work. See, I don't want that. Tools, signals, buildings. No, see, that's going to have to be adjusted. Okay. So, I know this is like illegal, but see, I thought so much this would work. Okay, back to the drawing board. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Large building here, right in the middle. Draw a street between them. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, friends, we've cracked the code. Okay. Now we see this is dangerous. I need to be in the correct station here. There we go. So, now I have to have cargo all the way. That is one piece too much. Alright, so now I have, from that station, I guess we can call that, well, I don't like Birmingham transfer, but we'll call that, yeah, I'm not going to try to rename it. That can go to Pembroke Pines, that can go to Norfolk, it can go to all these different spots. I just have to have, to start, enough platforms to be able to do each of those cities. So, I know for sure, and they're not all going to be in here at the same time, but I know for sure I'm going to want to have at least 4 tracks. We can always just add more later. But I need to make sure I have all these in the correct spot. Okay. Now, the cities we're going to attach to this. Pembroke Pines, Norfolk, they'll take the first 2 tracks. Akron can go out the other side and be fine. Then I've got 1, 2, 3 technically 4 up here. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cities right here. Akron and San Diego can come out of the west side. And these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can come out of here, which means I will need another. Why? Why is this? Oh, that's the old one. Now this is Birmingham Halt. That's what I'm supposed to be messing with. All right. Stop. Unpausing. All right. Track 5. Go to each of those. Dupe that on the outside for New York. Oh, let's not make it too complicated yet. Don't forget, I do have to get all this stuff actually connected first before it's going to be a thing that works. All right. Pembroke Pines, I still have to place a station for. So let's take another look at where everything is. And this is just a mess, honestly. So I'm going to eminent domain a whole bunch of this and make a, because they'll rebuild this. I'm going to make a correctly set up grid here. And the cargo station can be a catch-all. See, this currently, if I place here and then have other connections along the end, will work for what I'm trying to do. So now that that's in place, I will put in another cargo building at the very edge where it can reach at least. Put a medium side building. There, that works. All right, there would be fine. So now this can connect to basically everything that's in the town. From an elevation perspective, this isn't great. And I also don't really know how it's going to get in here, but let's see. I guess I should try and get the track across this before I get too excited. See, obviously, I could always just do an interlocking. It's not the big deal, but I guess it's fine. So I'm also going to have Norfolk going this way. Yeah, I'm not really proud of this. These shouldn't be on the same track, but I'm going to have to probably maybe not. Let's start from here. To that, we going up there, we going up there. Let's do second track. Why is this? Why was that still highlighted like that? That shouldn't be doing that. I guess that's just a glitch, maybe? All right, give me a 75. Okay, that works. I can do that. And this just has to connect to here, however that will work. At full speed, it's just kind of unavoidable to have an interlocking here, but I guess it's fine. And then I can have the Norfolk one go the exact same way. All right, it'll just bypass. Just make sure that's good there. Yep. So what we'll have to do, I know this is just like the worst thing ever. We'll just have to signalize it. I'm not going to signalize the supply. I'm going to signalize the trains that are going to the cities. So that they can wait for the supply, because that's the most important thing. I don't have any trains that can... cargo can't go any faster than 50 miles an hour. So it would be utterly pointless to do any upgrades to that. Passenger lines, yes, and we do have high-speed passenger stuff. I said I was going to take a look at that 3 hours ago, and we haven't done it, so I guess I need to do that. But just to run this through here, I am going to have this set up as a regular station track. Then we'll get that hooked up there. Remember that this is running through all the way up to Norfolk, so that has to have a station placed. I should do that first. So passenger going up here is going to be a completely separate story. And I think cargo as a terminus station would work just fine. We can also have side access, depending on how I want to do this. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be that big of a deal. But I would like the platform on the other side, so if I go for 2 tracks, I can always just delete it. Yeah, see, there we go. Let's do... Actually... That's going to end up being better. I know it's taken away a lot of the building material stuff, but it'll be fine. Let's take this. Cargo building, side building, small side building. There we go. So that'll connect the end of the station there. If we need the second platform, then we'll have it. This road is absolutely unnecessary. And I'm going to have to relocate this. So let's take that little bit in the middle out. Please, please allow me to make this work. Come on. Did I take away track? No. Okay. There. Now I just need to have these connect the same way here. I guess I can just have that go. Okay. This is country road. Of the taking home variety. Let's just have this curve out of the way of the tracks. Go all the way through. Here should be fine. Alright. Now I have to have a train track going through from here to here. For the sake of future growth, I'm going to want to leave this like so. Yep, that's correct. Full speed the whole way. Alright, so now we'll have a Norfolk set up for mixed freight. So that will come from here to here. That is going to have to be... Ah, that was the wrong city because I don't have that connected down there. That first one should go to Pembroke Pines. Yeah, why was that like that? Okay. Well, that's what that's going to have to be. Let's call that Pembroke Pines mixed freight. Jeez, I cannot spell. All right. Now I need another line going from there to there. And that's of course. Well, there's your problem. Try to go to the... Come on. Click. Thank you. No wonder that didn't work. Alright. So that is... Cool. I don't know why... Oh, this is concrete because it's 1945. It's not highlighted incorrectly, right? No, it super is. It's not supposed to be. Well... That's just weird. Or is that because I have this? Oh. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Never mind. It's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. Why is the game doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing? Okay. I'm just going to get these hooked up so I can have the trains actually attached. Alright, so our mixed freight going to Pembroke Pines wants food and machines. Because I'm a glutton for punishment, food goes in... Oh, food and machines go in the boxcar. Okay. 4 cars. Let's do Pembroke Pines Mixed Freight Express. There we go. So this should come out. Stuff should transfer appropriately once the demand exists. I just needed that to get on that track, and now I can do the exact same thing for Norfolk, which needs to have tools and building supplies. That should help get everything off to a very good start here. Why is that? Okay. Well, tools go in the box cars, but the building supplies go in flat cars. So, that's going to be that. And that will go on Norfolk Mixed Freight Express. And then we will just have to keep our eyes on all of these as we have the ability to track them. And see what they pick up. So we should now have induced demand for basically everything we are actually producing or had prepared to produce. And we should see things, hopefully, start appearing more and more and more in the hub. We have a lot of fuel waiting. I have a warning. I do have a warning. It's because the cities are disconnected, but we don't care. Because we're going to do passenger frame. Passenger frames. There you go. Real words that exist. Yeah, we don't have anything on the other two trains yet. But now that demand has been induced, we should see stuff come in. It's just going to take time. Oh, I still don't see this building material train coming in, and I'm going to be concerned here in a little bit. But I see tools coming in, and I know tools are supposed to go to Norfolk, so that will be allocated at some point. Hopefully. So as long as this station can take from this one, maybe we stand a chance. I'm not sure. If they can't take from each other, then we're going to be in some trouble. But so far, I haven't seen much going on here. Okay, so that's food going to the hub, which is a good sign because neither Birmingham nor Paterson want food, and Pembroke Pines does. We should see, at some point, maybe before the heat death of the universe, we have a building material train coming in. But I haven't seen it yet. Okay, so I don't see the oh, there it goes. Food went to the other one. Very good. I am concerned about the building materials, though. And the situation with the machines as well. Because it doesn't seem... Okay, Birmingham wants construction material. Now we should see... Now they want food. Okay. Alright. Where is... Does this guy have anything on him? Oh, yeah, we're in business. We are in business, folks. If you go to the industry, it'll tell you how much it's shipping to each connected city. Yeah, I probably should look at that, huh? Huh. But these are all... This is directly connected, unless I didn't put a train on it. There's no train on this line. Well, there's your problem. Let's fix that right now. God, that is embarrassing. Okay. Too much curvature. Where? Come on, really? Let's see if I can get this to No. Alright, well, I guess we're building another one of these stupid things. How in the world did I not... Alright, whatever. Whatever. Okay, machines. We know we want the 200 capacity. There we go. That's embarrassing. I don't even remember what I named these stupid things. Alright. Hub, machines, supply. Of course, this thing left without having a single anything on it, but that's progress, I guess. Look at us go. Look at us go. We are supplying stuff. Still, you know, hemorrhaging cash, but that's the way it goes. Okay, so Pembroke Pines took a whole bunch of food. No machines because those haven't been delivered yet. Hey, we got the PAs. That's good for passenger service and freight service, but the freight units still have to have rolling stock that'll go fast enough. But the PA is a good-looking locomotive. Now let's get these machines rolling in here, and we will see, hopefully, before too long. Hello. Currently, most of the way through getting everything we can currently produce sent to a central hub and then out to some other cities. Very slow process. But now we do have machines coming in, going to Pembroke Pines, and as the rest of these cities decide exactly what it is they want to do with their lives, they'll let me know as well. And I think Birmingham's probably going to be the first one to get all 4 of its things satisfied. It just have to have more building materials come in. Which, if the demand is induced, it will produce more, but that is a very, very long train. And it does, in fact, just take time. Rare thing to catch a live stream. My time zone, so glad to be here. Glad to have you here. What time zone, out of curiosity? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I need to do another survey. I usually do about one a year to find out like what time zones people are in, what times they want to watch streams and everything. I probably will just roll that into the end of year community survey. So that should hopefully start going up end of November-ish, usually when I do it. But I may end up running another one, I don't know. We'll see. Alright, so I have building materials probably going to Birmingham. Yep, looks like that's what that is set for. PST. Okay. Oh yeah, so it's still early afternoon over there. Well, it would be daylight time currently, wouldn't it? Well, no matter what, Pacific is 3 hours offset for me. Have you added cars on the Mixed Freight Express for towns that want more things now? Let's take a look. Birmingham Mixed Freight Express can currently carry everything, I think, that it needs to. Because the tank cars will carry fuel. Box cars will carry food and tools. And the flat cars will carry building materials. So that's satisfied. That's fine. Clowns over here in Paterson don't know what they want. But they do have enough for what they're currently using. These guys haven't changed. Those guys haven't changed. So now it's just a game of getting everything supplied, which takes time. Central Europe. Okay. So you are 6 hours ahead of me, I think. Would it be 11 p.m. where you are? That's machines, okay. Shipments should slowly start to kind of tick up here. Good. 5 p.m. for me? Same. I am going to have to stop soon so I can have dinner, but I might have about another half hour or so. We're making some good progress. I'd like to continue that. I just want to keep watching this for a little bit longer, and then we're going to go take a look at the passenger trains. This was my main goal for last stream and this stream, was to try and get a hub running that would actually work. Norfolk and Pembroke Pines trains. I don't know if they need more. Okay, they actually might. Let's Wow, you're absolutely right. Okay, so let's go ahead and adjust that. I mean, train cars are cheap, right? So Pembroke Pines, currently everything can go in boxcars, which makes it super easy. Let's just add 4 more. And then the Norfolk one is going to be down here, I say as I scroll up. That's a little bit more involved, but I will just double what we already have for that. I guess I didn't need to delete those, but whatever. So, 4 boxcars, 4 flat cars. If they decide they want other stuff, whenever the city upgrades, then we'll do that. But good looking out. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Peterson almost needs more space for tools, but I think they can still turn one of those boxcars into, or 2 of them actually, into tool storage. They definitely filled up on fuel, so I'm going to be interested to see how that works. But let's take a look at the Birmingham one as that comes up. And then we will take a look at what else needs to be adjusted. Okay, so Birmingham, hit pause. Birmingham filled up on fuel. So we know for sure we can give them more tank cars. So I will add, I guess it's probably fine just to add another one. Just we have 4 of those. Do they need to all be in the correct order? No. Do I like it when they're in the correct order? Yes. So that's what we're going to do. Peterson already talked about needs additional tank cars. I'll just do the same thing there. Probably would have been faster to, you know, just not do it this way, but it is what it is. Oh, I don't want a new train. Get out of here. No. I always wonder what these functions do. I never play with them. Alright, so we doubled that. That's good. Unpause. Watch probably every Timberborn episode on your channel. That is a lot of Timberborn. Appreciate you watching. It's probably like 1,000 videos at this point of just beavers. But yeah, we're having a good time in Transport Fever 2. At some point, I am going to stream Timberborn again, but since I have 2 really hard series going on right now, I kind of want to take a break from that when I'm doing streams. But maybe later on this year or early next year, we could get into a stream-only Timberborn series. Those always do really well, and it's always a fun time. But these are a lot more relaxed. Get usually about 40 to 50 people in here, versus the Timberborn ones, you can have a couple hundred, and then it gets real hard to keep up with the chat. But I do appreciate you hanging out. Now we need to check and see how the rest of these fill up since we've upgraded a bunch. Okay, so the first one that's going to come in and leave is going to be Birmingham. It's filled the fuel already? Wow, okay. Next one coming in looks like it's going to be Peterson. That's filled up fuel already as well. Sheesh. And that's it. They didn't have any tools, or they didn't want any tools? Okay. Well, we know we can add additional tank cars. See, I really don't want to... I wish I could, like, just click and drag these. That would be fantastic, but I think the game, after a certain point, kind of, you know, doesn't want you to micromanage like this. but we will see. 6 tank cars, hopefully, is going to be enough for that. Let's add 2 more here. Now, real-life freight trains, they're not going to have perfectly sorted by car type. They're going to be generally arranged by where they go in a mixed consist, but this is all going to the same spot, so it's fine. Now let's take a look at these guys coming in here. I think this is Norfolk coming in. Should get loaded right the way up. Full of building materials. Oh, now Peterson wants machines. Okay, well, fortunately we do have machines. But these guys want a lot of building materials, huh? 98. Now, I really should know what the difference between this big number on the right versus the train capacity needs to be, or what the relationship should be, rather. But because I'm already here, I will just add those there. Pembroke Pines has not quite filled everything up yet. Do you get negatively affected by ad blockers being used on our end? I mean, if you block ads and I don't get paid, but whatever. I hate ads. Says the guy who makes his money from ads. But it doesn't bother me. You want to use an ad block? If you can get one to work, I might get in trouble saying this with YouTube, I don't know, but if you can get one to work, good luck. All mine broke. But I've had YouTube Premium for years at this point, and it is genuinely worth the money, in my opinion, because it spends the money that they take in from YouTube Premium gets dispersed to the creators you watch. So I make a lot more money from per person who watches videos from the YouTube Premium revenue versus just straight up ads. And then, you know, you don't see ads and you get YouTube Music, which isn't perfect, but I do prefer it over Spotify or somebody else, just based on the available catalogs of stuff. But no, it doesn't bother me if you use ad blockers. YouTube is going to get mad at you, but I'm not. Still have some catching up to do with all the Beaverbergs. Yeah, there's, what, 27 of them? I don't blame you. It takes a long time. They filled every single tank car for all of this. I feel like we're going to have some explosive city growth here pretty soon. If we're actually, you know, making it so everybody can get stuff. So, food we're making, machines we're making. They will eventually get everything they're supposed to get, and that'll be fine. Machines, food, tools, all can go in the boxcar, so that's good. Norfolk and Pembroke Pines have not decided what else they want yet. Haven't seen ads in years on YouTube, but the idea of getting the creators to actually watch some cash without having to manage all the Patreons is a thought. Yeah, and it's still a whole lot less than directly contributing on a Patreon or YouTube membership or whatever. But if you're going to spend the money, it does genuinely help the people you watch. And I've been pretty happy with it. Like, I don't know, I'm on YouTube a whole lot anyway, so I don't mind paying for a service that I use. I think people in general on the internet, as a consequence of how the internet just kind of developed culturally, have this really, really big aversion to paying for anything. Where you go back 20 years ago, 2005, most households probably weren't on the internet every single day. But you know what they did get is they got a newspaper, a lot of them, every single morning. And they would have paid per day, back then, a single newspaper, you bought it at the store, was 50 cents. The amount of utility, even if you're paying 50 cents a day, let's just call it $150 a year, $200 a year. The amount of utility back then you would get from having a newspaper for that cheap of a price per day was completely insane. Versus the internet, where now you have access to literally the entire history and common connected knowledge of mankind and all this other stuff for, okay, a little bit more than that for whatever you're paying for your service provider, is completely insane. But, you know, kids who didn't grow up buying newspapers or buying books or going to the library or anything like that, just like, oh, well, I've never had to pay directly per piece of content I consume, so this is stupid. I don't want to pay for that. Look, well, the people who make the stuff have to get paid. So I studied journalism in college, if you did not know. Started that process before things kind of went completely to you-know-what in a handbasket, but it has become almost impossible for companies that produce informative news type content to survive without taking money from really wealthy people with vested interests in controlling narratives. And the best way that you can prevent that from happening is to source information from people who don't take money from corporate sponsors or whatever, just self-funding grassroots news stuff. But that's an entirely different topic. Point being, some people just don't appreciate how much access they have to stuff for absolutely free, quote-unquote, on the internet, and how much it costs to produce that content. Like, the money has to come from somewhere, or someone's just working for free, which isn't sustainable. YouTube always taking 30% is painful. Hey, Patreon takes a lot less, but YouTube membership being directly rolled into basically anything you interact with on the site is really, really convenient. Twitch takes 50% if you do subs on there or donations or whatever. So, I mean, YouTube taking 30% honestly is pretty good in comparison. I think it just comes down to what do you want to prioritize with your time and your resources, because everybody's different, right? People make different amounts of money, people have different interests, people have different priorities, different needs, and nobody can really tell you what's going to work best for you. But you just need to figure out exactly what you want to get out of what you're spending your time, your free time doing. And if that means you don't want to spend money on stuff, that's fine. Play stuff's available for free. And it is possible to watch YouTube videos without contributing a single cent, just sitting there watching the ads, and that's probably what most people do. But if you do have someone who you watch a lot and you want to throw them some cash, they're always going to appreciate it. Or get your YouTube Premium membership rolled into that, or join the channel or whatever. Like, I'm not asking you to do this. Please don't interpret that as me asking you to do that. Like, I will always be fine if you never give me a single cent. I'm just happy to be here having fun playing games, and it happens to pay my bills. This is not like a thing where I'm going to go around begging for stuff, because I don't believe in doing that. But there are people that really, 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 really do deserve a whole lot more support than they get. And a lot of those like long-form content channels that make really high-quality content are absolutely taking a bath on it. Like, it takes so much time to do properly researched, informative content that has quality production behind it. Like, it is just, if that's what I was doing, I wouldn't have time to do it. Just the return on investment is not there just from ad revenue. So that's why you're going to see those channels taking sponsorships for every single video, and they're going to do XYZ thing, or they'll try to do a single video every week that's like 10 minutes because that's easier, shorter to produce. But there are people that are making really, really, really good stuff and are almost certainly not being paid a single dime for it, or at least in terms of profit based on time and expenses. It takes money to run the world. If you're not paying for something, then you are the product. Yep. Absolutely. And, you know, sometimes that's fine, but just, it's helpful to know what part of what supply chain or set of advertising network connections you're part of and what your information is being used for. Because if you're not paying, like you said, you're the product, and someone is making money off of you. I'm interested in your perspective as a creator that seems like a normal human. Well, thanks. Especially one that isn't slinging merch or AG1. So apparently AG1's actually really good. I don't know. I've never used it, but everyone I know who actually does use it says it's actually nice. Like, it bothers me fundamentally on a personal moral level to try and just hawk crap that I don't really like or use to people who are watching my videos. Like, I started doing this because I wanted to have a good time playing games on the internet. And maybe eventually if it could, I don't know, pay for the internet bill every month, that would be cool. I didn't expect to actually be able to have quote-unquote full-time living. No, I live very frugally. Like, my most expensive hobby is I like model trains, and I spend some money on eBay like a couple times a month. But I'm not out here with like a supercar or buying a mansion or anything. Like, this is a very simple, relatively low stress, low paying, quote unquote low paying full-time job at this point, and I'm perfectly fine with what it is. But like, I don't want to inundate people with ads, like baked in ads. Obviously, YouTube is going to put ads wherever it wants, no matter what I tell it to. But if I don't personally use or love a product, service, or a game, I'm not going to throw it at you. And I more or less just decided I'm not going to run sponsorships integrated into my videos on this channel. Because, like, what the heck does playing Timberborn or Transport Fever or whatever have to do with trying to sell you mattresses? Like, what? No. Completely irrelevant. I have taken money from Mechanistry to promote Timberborn, which was awesome. Always appreciate it. Their money's better spent elsewhere, honestly, because I put out videos at Timberborn like 4 or 5 days a week. They don't need to throw marketing money at me, but they did do it once as a show of thanks, and I really do appreciate that. But if somebody else wants me to promote a game, I'm not going to take their money if I don't like the game. I'm not going to play a game I don't want to play just because someone gave it to me for free. That's just, personally, that's who I want to be. And other people aren't going to have the same answer, and that's fine. You do what you want. But I would personally rather just be me and not have to worry about being beholden to a whole bunch of big corporations outside of YouTube, because that's how this works. But take the samples at Costco, but rather eat your veggies. Yeah. Self-sufficiency is a good thing. Also, Costco's fun. You just go in there, get the free samples, get your incredibly oversized quantities of stuff that you probably shouldn't be buying anyway, but it's nice to go in there. And Costco treats their employees nicely, which I do like. I do appreciate. A lot of people who work in retail, food service, etc., have absolutely horrible, horrible treatment by their employers. Costco, at the very least, pays a lot more than the other places. How much did you pay for the Swayze Express? You got jokes, huh? Yeah, Mechanistry's been a really great company to work with. Like I said, we just did the one sponsorship thing, but everyone was great to talk to. Really appreciative, genuinely appreciative of everything that I'd been doing with the game. Hey, look, the trains have to stop. There you go. That worked out nicely. Just really good folks. Like, I like indie developers. Just, they honestly love the game, and they're having a good time making it. It's not a whole bunch of shareholders foaming at the mouth trying to get an extra 2 cents per dividend. Okay, in terms of like the volume of content I produce, I probably am the person uploading the most Timberborn content on the platform. I'm definitely not the best, and I definitely would not have the largest audience. But in terms of like actual hours of Timberborn uploaded, that would probably be me. I think Zedek probably plays more. I don't end up watching a whole lot of other Timberborn videos just because I don't have the time, but based on what they're able to do, they're probably playing more hours than I am, at least per video. But I think at this point I probably, between live streams and videos, might have, I could have 1,300 or 1,400 hours of Timberborn content uploaded here. Yeah. I mean, I absolutely love this game. Well, Timberborn. The obviously Transport Fever 2 is fun as well, but I'm just so impressed by how well Timberborn plays and how infinitely replayable it is. Like, it is hard to make a game that you can just play for years and years and years and not get bored. And next month will be 4 years, I think, of me playing Timberborn. I bought it the day it came out on Steam for early access. Oh yeah, I should stop yapping and actually check supply chains. But the Mixed Freight Express things we got going on seem to be doing pretty well. Transport 100% looking good. One of these line tools, here we go. See, these are looking good. The tool production loop, we're gonna have to mess with that next stream, whatever, probably. Why is there not a line going through here? That is supposed to be tool supply. Is that not working? Or not tool supply, building material supply. Yeah, that's not... Hold on. I gotta hit pause. Oh, it's just brown. Okay. No, it's working. Okay, I'm going to unpin these. Oh, that's why you don't have that stuck up there. I guess I'll just have to click on each of these. So that's not even full. That's not even full. I don't think we're going to have any problems. This obviously isn't going to be full. That's not even half full. I think we have enough capacity on these things, and I am going to redo this probably next episode, but it seems to be working fine. Right, that's what I'm saying. It's not even officially released yet. Like, it's been in early access for 4 years, but it's still at any point, I think in the last 2.5, 3 years, I've felt that Timberborn is a complete game. I think the addition of Badwater really, really sealed the deal on that for me because it added some big challenges to it. But that's, I guess that's next month. September, it was like the 28th of 2023. I think it was when I did my first Update 5 video. But they've done a great job with it. Satisfactory was the same way. Like, I bought Satisfactory during the COVID time, like summer 2020, I think. Which I was already making Austria videos at that point in time, but I had, before I ever did a single video stream or whatever on, I think I had like 200 hours in Satisfactory of just playing in shared worlds with some of my college friends. Now, I thought it was fantastic at that point, like Update 2, whatever, Satisfactory, and then they added the pipes and the liquids and the zip lines and the trains and all this other crazy stuff. And now of course, the game's in full release, 1.1. We've been playing that. But it's just good. Like, why would I want to go buy a AAA game for $60 or $70 when I could just keep playing? I paid $25 for Timberborn 4 years ago. I don't need to tell you exactly how much I've made doing that, but it's a lot more. It's a lot more than $25. Satisfactory, same kind of deal. Like, the amount of enjoyment, even if I wasn't doing this, quote unquote, for money as a job, the amount of enjoyment I've gotten out of it long since has surpassed the cost I spent to acquire it. Like, I generally try, if I can, pay $1 per hour of enjoyment I get out of something, that's a really great deal. For a video game, obviously, it's different for like movies or streaming service or whatever. I've been really happy with it. All right, finally, 4 hours later, let's take a look at passenger service. The shuttles are doing well. The town is, not growing stupendously fast because we did kind of, kneecap it for a little bit, trying to get our hubs set up. But that seems to be working very nicely. Things are being brought in, and this number, especially tools, is going to have to increase before we have any real measured growth here. But passenger service is looking good. This is one of our cross-country trains. It is full. If we go to the line here, instead, Concord, Vancouver, passenger. Oh, I need to look at this. I guess I just click on this. Yeah, we're using about 2/3 of capacity, a little bit less. Frequency every 8 minutes. So I think this is honestly still fine. I would like to upgrade it, but the only real upgrade we could really do would be to get these PAs that go 117 miles per hour and then get the heavyweight coaches that can go 112. That would be about the same speed as the... oh, why is this... Oh, it's okay. It's got the B unit. So what does this do? 4568 versus... Okay. Okay, that's fine. It just doubles it. More prototypical consist. Stardew Valley is also a really, really, really good game. Sorry to jump around in chat. Watched a lot of Timberborn creators. Stuck with you because I love your format. Seeing everything without cuts and heavy editing is so enjoyable. Yes, that's exactly the way I want to do it because everybody cuts everything out. And you can't learn anything watching that. Like, sure, it's entertaining. I like watching content like that. Like, I still watch all of RCE's Timberborn stuff. It's fun to watch, but he cuts out so much stuff you lose the process. Which, if you're watching just for entertainment, is perfectly fine. If you're watching to learn the game, or you're really interested in the game and you want to see how other people do stuff, you're not going to get anything out of that. So I figured, you know, I can do that. I can just not cut stuff out. It's a whole lot easier to make the videos. And I think it's more fun to just, you know, show the authentic process of playing the game. Good stuff, bad stuff, anything. It's just fun. But I digress. This thing goes 110 miles an hour, holds 52 people. If I replace it, also, like, operating cost on this is just stupendously high. But if I replaced these, I could have more passenger throughput because a single heavyweight car can hold 19 people. This guy by himself is 52. If I have 3 of these, I've already eclipsed the capacity of the Zephyr, and it goes 2 miles per hour faster. So, oh, we're making money. But the operating cost, we're going to have to take a look at the line in a second. The operating cost of this guy, 1.3 mil a year. This, just by itself, without any passenger cars, is 2.3 million a year. And then each of these are, let's call it 350, just for the sake of easy math. You're almost triple to have the same capacity, whatever, you'd have to have 3 of these cars. You're almost triple the operating cost. And it goes a tiny, tiny, tiny bit faster. But it's modular and you can add stuff onto it. And, you know, you can also just, on the back of a Pioneer Zephyr, you can just pop one of these and it's fine. But it won't have the speed, it won't have the acceleration. That's the other thing you got to look at. It says 609 horsepower, tractive effort of just shy of 18,000 pounds. This has 4,500 horsepower. It's going to accelerate a whole lot quicker. And you can put freight behind these guys too, except we don't have, you know, don't have fast enough freight cars to do that. So, because we were making money on so many other things, including the passenger route, like this is still making a surplus of almost 3.8 million. We could replace 2 of these with 3 of the PA settings and probably still make money. But what I will do, I think, is start editing these. And you don't have to have the A-B set. You can still have just the A set, and it still has way more horsepower. So if I just went to 3 of these behind the PA for this guy, top speed of 112, 57 capacity, and it's going to accelerate to top speed a lot quicker because it has more horsepower. So, I think that is what I will do. And yes, it does cost a lot more money, and even the operating cost is it's like almost twice as much just for the single unit with these, but it's gonna perform so much better. I do like these though, so it's a shame to get rid of them, but I don't know. Late 40s, they would have been almost on the way out anyway. Spent $65 for a mediocre concert experience last night in comparison. Yeah, live events are so expensive. I guess this will probably expose how young I am relatively to some of the rest of you, but my mom would go see concerts in, I think, the 70s. And, I don't know, she'd pay like, what, $5 maybe for an expensive ticket? Which, you know, inflation adjustment, whatever, is still like, I don't know, 20 bucks. But if I were to go see just like, even just like a local band, and I don't go to basically any live music stuff, but if I were to go to see a local band, the cover charge at like a random underground thing is still like 15, 20 bucks. Which, cool, yeah, support your local people, that's all very important stuff to do. But that gets expensive really, 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 really quick. Interesting, the expenses we are willing to justify and then others we refuse to pay. Yeah, it's all about perspective. It's all about what you enjoy, what's worth your money. Like, I would never spend $100 on a shirt. But I wear shirts every day. Everybody wears shirts. Well, hopefully everybody wears shirts every day. But I've been wearing the same like set of really cheap basic clothes almost my entire adult life. And I don't want to ever spend money on clothes. I feel like it's a waste of my money. But you have to have clothes. And a lot of people like to look good. I don't really care, whatever. But I'll say, no, I don't want to go spend $20 on a cheap pair of shorts from JCPenney. I want to go spend $20 buying some stupid thing on eBay or whatever. Is it objectively better to do that? No. But brains just work differently. Pink Floyd for $60. I am so jealous. Oh, I was gonna adjust these. Okay. I'm interested to see if I change these, how fast it's gonna bunch with the with this guy, train 36. So, see this guy already, train 35, is accelerating so much faster. And it should get to full speed before this guy gets to the end of the line. Because we're like, what, halfway to New York and it's already at 85? Now it's at 90, 92. See, it's already going faster. And it left after. Yeah, we're going to end here in just a little bit. I do want to make sure that I can get a little bit more taken care of. Yeah, this is just so much faster. I think we can leave that alone. Go do something else. Yeah, I do want to do passenger service all across the map. I just really, really, really wanted to get our distribution set up a whole lot better. And we're getting a lot of stuff here. Getting a lot of stuff there. Everything is being supplied. Not 100% yet, but I don't know why this says 0. Oh, that's plus 0% growth. But everyone who is connected is getting stuff that they want to get. And we're not losing materials to storage inefficiencies. That's good. Building materials really needs a boost. I don't really know. I guess shipment's really the only way to really upgrade this, but I don't think we can make any more. We can't make any more quarry stuff than we already are. But this absolutely, absolutely can get upgraded. That, no problem using the Milwaukee. We're making a whole bunch of money on this anyhow. Let's just add more gondolas up to that 204 capacity. No electric. Oh, you stupid idiots. This happens every time. There. Now there's an electric path. I'm going to change this before it leaves, so I can actually take advantage of that. So yeah, 4,500 horsepower, 2 mil a year. I could have just put the diesel on it, but that's half the tractive effort, and it would still cost more. All right, get this up to 204, which for where we are now. Oh, I already lengthened this. Never mind. That works. It's just kind of a weird scenario with how much it's getting used. Hello, hello. We're actually about to end stream in just a little bit, but good to see you. Just trying to get a little bit more stuff taken care of here. PKP train? What? I do not know what that is. It's interesting. Hollywood's taking 94. They want 95? And the hub's only getting 16? What? Okay, I mean, well, that's full, which is good, but I think I want to... Is there a way I can limit this? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm using the US set, so whatever you're asking, I probably don't have. I have the Alco PA, I have the GG1, and then Steam, I have the big boy. That's the best I have in each category at this point. And multiple units, the only ones I have are the diesels. So if that's like a European thing, no, I absolutely don't have that. Building mass to the train hub long enough? Yeah, it is. It's just Hollywood's taking everything. And that's going to slowly change as I'm providing more stuff to the factory here. So this should... Yeah, that's like the perfect length right there. All the way filled up, and there's still plenty left over. Now New York City is getting greedy. They want all this stuff. Oh, they want that stuff they make out of the packages. Okay, that's gonna be annoying. But at the very least, we are making what we're making. Still need more steel. That is that's gonna be a problem because the iron ore is a very slow process. That train is full though, so. I mean, I have stuff waiting. I just have to have the trains go a little bit faster. Yeah, the distance with this might actually benefit from having a third or fourth train. But they're also not shipping all the steel out. Not quite. We'll see how much this loads. Yeah, see, it still has like half the cars haven't been filled with steel yet. This is only going to take, yeah, it's only going to take 57. We need a lot more steel. Okay. This is going to have to be like the last thing I do. Okay, that would be... I always get these confused because RuneScape ruined me with the colors of these things. Yeah, you're not going to get machines. Iron is red, orange, whatever. That's also not the right one. Norfolk iron. Okay. See, this, it just seems insane that you'd need more capacity than this. But you do. 204. Let's go to 240. And then let's go here to 240 as well. And let's watch and see what happens here. So this is the one that goes here, I think. Yeah. I think this is long enough to accommodate that. If not, I can lengthen it, but there's so much piling up here that isn't being used. Okay, I've got so much more room than 240. Let's go for 300. That might actually be a little bit too much, but that's fine. It's just going to slow loading and unloading down, but it's going to have more capacity. Okay, so this is... Yeah, okay, here we go. Achievement earned. Heavily loaded. Have a train filled with at least 250 cargo items in the free game. And it's all the way up at 300. I don't know if it can sustain 300, but that should help. Just a little bit. Alright, we should have... Oh, all the way back there. That's another train going by. I thought it was something else. No building mass, Hollywood. I need to shorten this train, probably. Because they're completely full on this. I guess we'll see next time this comes by how much is on there. So this should fill right the way up. Just immediately. Yeah, see, we're losing stuff here. Yeah, I need to add storage to this. Which it doesn't seem to want to let me do, so I'm going to have to just come all the way down here and add some more capacity that way. This can hold a lot more. This isn't quite losing anything, but I know it's going to if I don't add capacity, so that's going to go there. That should help. Alright, now, Hollywood building supply. I wanted to check that out. See how heavily loaded that is. Which is this one? I believe so. Yeah, see, that's fully loaded, 96 out of 96. At least the hub is getting closer to, well, hopefully what it needs. See, I don't have anything here. Is Birmingham getting... Okay, they're 10 out of 10. That's good. Norfolk getting 76 out of 107. Alright, I think we can live with that. All right, it is just about 5:45. I'm going to have to get off now and, go eat dinner and take care of other stuff. But this has been a great stream. We got a lot of good stuff done. We've got our hub, well, the beginnings of it figured out. Slowly upgrading a bunch of stuff. And it's going to be exciting to get back into this. I can't promise, but I would like to try and do one midweek stream at least. We'll see what happens. May or may not do Satisfactory tomorrow. I will decide on that later tonight. But we are going to have a video. We're going to have Roller Coaster Tycoon tomorrow, so that'll be fun. And then Timberborn comes back Monday and Tuesday this week. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. It's been a good time. Appreciate all the help. Have a great rest of your day, whatever it is you're doing. Stay safe, have fun, and we'll see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.